Woo! Happy Taurus season, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, let's get it. Okay. Welcome to your monthly peace report, Taurus season 2025. Final innovation of physiology. All right. Thank you guys for joining me. Okay. I never made that post, so let me make that post. I'm going to mention this once we have more people in the chat, but if you are a member, okay, if you are a member, I need you to email me, okay, because I'm going to launch my new app late June, coming into July. For all of you who are members, I need you to email me so that when I launch the app, the app may give me an opportunity to preload or pre-launch some of you in, so you won't have to I could probably give you the first couple months free or whatnot. And the reason why I'm mentioning this is when I launch the app, I'm going to close the YouTube membership. So the YouTube membership is probably going to end. We could probably give it till August, but by July, August, September, I'm not going to have that anymore. It'll strictly just be the app. We'll probably just have one tier where you can get everything. So yeah, if you're a member, no matter what tier you're on and you're watching this right now, I'm going to make a post on my YouTube that you can comment your email below in, or you could just email me and let me know what tier you're in. All right. If I'm able to reach out to the member, I don't think YouTube allows me to reach out to members like that. If I can, I will. All right. I'm making the post right now. So if you're a member and I think I should be able to, you guys will get the first few months free. So you wouldn't have to pay for a couple months, just to give you a buffer from if you're already paying. Yes, please email me at thepeacedealer@gmail.com. Let me show you this right here. I just made the community post. Shout out to those of you on Instagram watching me, showing love. All right, we're going to go into this Taurus. Shout out to the Taurus Risings. I just made this post right now. It's right here. If you're a part of the YouTube membership, please comment down below, like Double Shot of Venus. Please share me your email. Whatever email you would register with my new app, I want you to send that email, because I might be able to use that to bring you in. So hit that like button as soon as you enter the room. Some people did mention the Pope had croaked, and if I had any thoughts around that. I don't follow Catholicism. I don't really follow any of that. So, I mean, we can mention the moon being in Pluto. If you think it's a coincidence that he passed while the moon went through Pluto, guess again. But I'm not going to go into his chart. I'm not really going to look into that. I don't really want to dive into it. We could, though. I want to do a live where we'll go into America's chart. I'm thinking of inviting Candace on. I haven't told her yet, but if she's available, I want to do a special live on the new app where we go into Jupiter on America's Cancer Sun and what that might mean with a President Trump presidency. So, why are we emailing an announcement about the app? The membership, for those of you who are members on YouTube, we're no longer, I'm going to turn off the membership. So we're no longer going to have a YouTube membership, so that you're not choosing, oh, should I pay for his app or should I pay for the YouTube membership? For all of you who are already YouTube members, I want you to email me so that when I start my new app, you may be able to get the first couple of months for free. So that way you don't have to transition, and then you can pay after if you want. But yeah, for those of you who are members, please, hit me up, and I may be able to hook you up with that. But yes, we're going to talk about Taurus season. The moon is in Aquarius. Okay. Yeah, I'm very excited, guys. I have Mercury. I shot Mercury through the signs and houses 2 years ago. I have series I've been sitting on since like 2022, 2021. I just haven't done anything with it. I have like 24 weeks of content. I have like 72 weeks of content now because I'm going to drop it once a week. So I have Mercury through the signs and houses. Shout out Chad the Maverick. He edited all 24 of those videos. Mercury's ready to go. I could drop it now if I wanted to, but I decided to push it all back to the app. Shout out to Paula. Okay. Basically, I shot over this past week. We did Jupiter through the signs and houses, Venus through the signs and houses, Saturn through the signs and houses. All of those videos that I've made just now, we're going to remake later with a better studio, with better equipment, and more in depth. But I wanted to give you guys material, right? I've been promising this material for a while. I'm going to start working on World War Zero Season 2 finally this week. So by July, we'll have at least 2 seasons worth of material. That's going to drop every week on Saturday. I'm going to go back to the Astrological Profiles series. We're going to start with presidents. I want President Trump to be episode 1. I want Barack Obama to be episode 2. So we're going to do more video style essays that kind of incorporate how to read the zodiac through that. So we'll show different events in their life. We'll show you what was happening astrologically. It's going to be nicely produced. Some video editors have reached out to me. Someone who's worked with the Spirit Channel has reached out to me. So I may be able to start working with her to edit videos. And yeah, moving forward, I want to run this more like a channel. So there's going to be, material dropping every week on Monday, Wednesday, Saturday. So I'm just going to continue finishing that. The name for the app is going to be Mystical Illuminations. So I'll also have other people in the team creating their content. Mystical Illuminations is basically my vision as far as creating television shows, movies, content. That's going to Clear Sight Consulting is going to be, of course, for the consultations, but Mystical Illuminations is like my Disney. I want to kind of just, kind of do this. Let's focus. This astrology autism. Yes. And you guys are so amazing. All the advice you guys kind of give me as far as kind of making it more concise, it helps a lot. I just want to really rebrand moving forward. Shout out to, of course, Bliss. And the both of them, shout out to Casey and Bliss. She's going to be helping me with, marketing and stuff moving forward. We're going to be trading services. So yes, great question. So we will still have lives. All the lives that we have here still going to be on the program. It's just we will be streaming directly from the app instead. And we'll also still have it on YouTube. All of the free series are still going to be free. Like the Magic Moon messages will be there. The only difference is instead of basically waiting a week for certain episodes to come out, you can just get the app and binge watch everything. All right. And then, yes. I had somebody translate all of World War Zero Season 1 into Spanish. He did it for me. We traded money. So I'm going to look into getting more translations for certain videos. I'm going to take basically all my best videos on YouTube, backlog it in the app just so it's not lost in just all the content I have. So I'm really excited about this. Right now, I'm just going to spend the rest of the Taurus season of production, producing, getting the material ready, start getting things ready, Gemini season, and then boom, whatever we have, we'll launch Cancer season. I shot Astro 101 and 102, but I want to work with the videographer to just kind of make it look more professional. So the 101 and 102 I have, I'm going to release for free after I get the other ones done, once I re-record it. For now, it's still available if you'd like to purchase it. I think it's just like $10, 12, 10 or 12 bucks. Really, it's a really good intro if you want to learn about the planets and the signs. I think Astro 101 is Meet the Planets, and Astro 102 is Enter the Zodiac. So definitely fun for those of you who want like an introduction into how to begin to read the Zodiac. 103 is going to be Introduction to Aspects, Planetary Aspects. No, 103 is going to be planets, astrological houses. 104 is going to be planetary aspects. And then 105, we're going to put 101 to 104 together. And then I'll teach you how to read a natal chart. And yeah, with 101 to 105, you'll know basic astrology. And that's going to be where I'll kind of start pushing. I haven't really focused a lot of stuff. I just kind of like Hellzone grenaded everything. And now I'm about to... All right. Anyway, my goal with this channel, my goal with all of this is purely longevity. All right. I've had the honor of serving you guys for over a decade. I'm not in here to make $1 million. Like there's some people who did their readings, they made a few $100,000, a few $1 million, they got their money and they're out this bitch. That's not why I'm doing this. Like my whole goal doing this is when you need a call, when you need someone on the team or the gang, we're available. 10, we've been doing this for 10 years. 10 years from now, I'm still going to be doing this. 20 years from now, I'm still going to be doing this. 30 years from now, we still going to be doing this. It's not about the money. The price points you see for my consultations was mainly just lower demand so that I can spend more time doing other stuff than readings. But yeah, for those of you who join the app, we'll have much better discounted prices. So if you're a part of the app, what you're paying an hour for reading is not going to be like the retail price. So we're going to make sure everyone wins. We're going to make sure everyone gets, you know what I'm saying, ability to contact. And yeah, other than that, you guys are the best part of what I do. I will always keep reminding you, it's you guys that showed me the value in this when everyone else was acting like I was doing nothing with my life or whatever. Anyway, I have a 70% off sale, my friends. Okay, for those of you who would like a reading, all right, for Taurus and Gemini season until like June 20th, everything is 70% off. And when I say everything, I mean the reports, the consultations, and the cosmic energy tune-up, baby. So I think my tarot reports are just $15 now. The 15-minute reports are just $30 now. The 30-minute consultations are, I think, just like $75 or whatnot, 125 maybe for like, you know, a 30-minute report. Can we buy the reading in advance? Meaning we buy it now, but schedule it for later? Absolutely. On my website, I have a scheduler. So you can actually schedule and pick the date with which we'll do the reading or I do the report. And then for those of you who are not aware, okay, Hypsee, for my pay per minute, you can finally schedule readings from me. So the pay per minute, an hour per pay per minute is less than $250, right? So my retail price is like a certain, you know, there's if you want a consultation, you could book it, but if you want to pay per minute, you're paying less than the 30-minute consultation for an hour, and you can schedule them now. So you don't, so even if I'm not available, you can schedule a private session on Hypsee. I have the link below in my hours, and you could choose when we talk. And this is where, if you're a member, the deal still stands, especially when we have the app. For all YouTube members or members of the app, it's just $1 a minute. The first 10 minutes for you is going to be 75% off. So please take advantage of this. You guys would be helping me a ton, at the very least, raising certain funds to kind of produce more material. It's not necessary though. This is just if you guys have wanted some discounted readings. But yeah, you guys would be doing me a crazy solid. Once again, this is longevity though. It's long term. If you're not able to do it now, you can do it later. It's cool. And yeah, y'all take advantage of that sale. Once again, you can schedule it later. Some of you order so fast you forget to schedule, and then I can do it manually. But you can legitimately schedule out as far as possible. All right, it's definitely no rush. Thank you for asking that, Nikki. And yeah, so I'm going to mention the sale again, perhaps when we're closer to the end of this reading. I just wanted to share all of these updates with you. And yeah, I'm very excited, y'all, because I want to really move more into this video essay format. Another series I'm going to do is Unveiling Godhood. And it'll be a good way to show you guys how the alien constructs work with people with Sun on Jupiter. Like, I missed a lot of Sun Jupiters when I did the first one. I missed certain battle rappers who also have Sun Jupiter. Smack really got gods battling each other. It's crazy. But yeah, that being said, I'm going to show you how this is in almost every facet of society. You know, there's God constructs everywhere, alien constructs, whatnot, just to kind of make it more real to you, to let you know how this actually expresses itself. And yeah, thank you guys for not switching up, being fake. I can imagine how many people have so much to say about me, but have never said it to me. You guys, once again, reinforced that I'm pretty nice at this. You know what I'm saying? Anyone who has anything negative to say about what I do has never purchased a reading, doesn't know what I do. Every single person who has ever purchased a reading has given me 5 stars. Like, I'm pretty much 100% success rate over 10 years. I've never missed in one single reading. And when I tell you it is a supreme honor to really delve into this practice and research through you guys, it is a supreme honor. Like, y'all are the shit. So I'm glad. I'm very honored. And shall we get into this Taurus season? Because this is the very last time your ass, Uranus, is going to be in Taurus. By next year, it's going to be in Gemini, and all the Geminis are going to be the most diabolical you've ever seen. This 29 degree here, it had already retrograded out of Gemini, if I show you this. So it's going to be in Gemini. It's going to be in Gemini, especially once we move forward, even from then, as you can see. So this is like the very last season, or the last couple of months, that we will have Uranus in Taurus. And I think it's a really good time to realistically recap. Okay, and thank you. I'm very honored. There's a lot of gifted tarot readers. I really appreciate that. The 2018 entrance of Uranus into Taurus, I think we're going to look back on as more monumental than it was. I like the theme of cryptocurrency. Even though crypto has existed long before 2018, it didn't really come into style until Uranus of innovation went into the zodiac sign of wealth, right? And physical value and securities. Every time Uranus goes through Taurus, it represents this sense and element of major financial fluctuations. I'm saying that because the last time it was there, America had its Great Depression. So when you see economic issues, it's actually just a repeating of history. Just like if we have another war, well, this is where the planets were when we had the last civil war in World War II. And other than that, you know what I mean? Taurus season is really back to innovate this feeling of wealth for you. because Pluto in Aquarius is putting the pressure on a lot of people who've always been insecure. Like, how many people say, oh, they don't need money, you know what I'm saying? I'm spiritual and whatnot. But like, the only way they could really feel valuable is if they buy a fancy car, is if they flex their wealth, is if they have certain accolades. They fugazi, basically. Not to say that you can't flaunt what you worked hard for, right? Don't hate on someone who worked hard for their money to buy what they want. But we see you bitches. Like, you find your value in these physical things because without them, you would feel broke. And that's what separates us. Like, I'm not trying to say I'm better than other people, but there are people like you who don't need these things to feel and be valuable. You understand that the source of that is within you. And the reason why that's very important is because you can't fake this anymore with Pluto in Aquarius. Neptune is out of Pisces. So that fake influencer delusion where people are coming into clout because they're putting on a lifestyle, people want authenticity. They don't want the person who is stuck theoretically with these concepts, who's embodying it, who's living it. Most of these people are going broke, buying all these physical things, and they're still broken within. Now you double broke. That's a fact. And only the real ones will survive who have built that foundation. Okay. And it's definitely very important because now that many of you have built this foundation, especially as Uranus goes into Gemini, you know what I'm saying? And accelerates the nature with which, with augmented technology, it eases the efficiency for anyone to become a millionaire. You're going to see who has that foundation or not. Money only makes you more of who you already are. So you're going to see who comes into more of that integrity because they built the foundation, because they did not rely on external indicators. Like, and I don't want to make fun of it, but there are a lot of, Taurus is all about your self-esteem, your value, and your worth. With Uranus and Taurus, a whole lot of everything was about you understanding you're an infinity here. There's no limit to your wealth and worth. Language and rhetoric like this will get you laughed out of certain circles because they don't hear any of that. Once it's earth energy, what are the numbers? Yeah, it's cool you feel you're spiritual. Yeah, it's cool you feel. Where's your 401k, bro? Like, where are your numbers? Where is all that? And that's cool to a closed system. That doesn't mean it's real, though. And you've seen a lot of people talk this spiritual shit and still be broke, like within and without, right? But you have people who have redefined what value is to where they'll never be broke. And this next sequence we're coming in through is going to quite literally, seemingly overnight, exponentially blow this up. With Jupiter going into the third decan, with Saturn getting ready to come out of Pisces, it really tested everyone's faith and beliefs. That's why I'm trying to say some people got into this. It didn't make them the money they wanted to make. And then they just moved on to something else because they were never really doing it for the practice. They were never really doing it for the craft. They were doing it to be a celebrity. They wanted to be the most famous tarot reader. They wanted to be the most famous astrologer, electrician. And if that's your goal, don't let anyone stop you. But the only difference is when the money slows up, when the clout's not there, when it's not giving you that image you want, you quit. We're still doing this. It's not about that for us. It's about the actual work. You can insert that for any field and you will see this deviation. This is the fulfillment of all the work that was put in that could feel like you grossed a lot out of, or that could feel like you have yet to show anything for. That was merely an illusion. That was Saturn and Neptune and Pisces. That was Uranus and Taurus building the foundation, building the system of beliefs. Because as it stands now, the whole world can fall apart. You're still going to keep it G. You're going to take everything you've learned. That foundation is going to see you through. Whereas the whole world falls apart, Some other people are going to lose everything. Some other people are going to feel like, oh, I can't do this, and the whole world is going to fall apart. But you built that world from within. Please understand, everything I'm saying, people call corny because their God is material. You take that shit away from them, they don't have that mojo. These are the same people who brag that they don't need money, but we see you. We see your actions. Like, there's what people say, there's what people do. All right. So, just really keep that in mind. This is not just your average Taurus season. This is the fulfillment of Uranus in Taurus since 2018. 2010 to 2018 was the radical definition of this innovation of self. 2018 to 2025 was the branding of that. This was you actually now innovating how concrete it is. This is why people have meme coins of themselves. It's monetizing their own essence. And you've seen people rug pull. You've also seen people build the foundation, because people's approach to Taurus lets you know who they are. People approach Taurus like it's a get rich quick scheme. They want to make the money quick and get out. Taurus is teaching you long-term wealth that comes through years of building a craft or setting a foundation. And while you're taking your time and you're seeing people cut corners and you're seeing people come into rapid and fast wealth and then blow it all before they can consolidate it, or some of them save it. It's nothing wrong with making money fast. You can feel like, oh, what do I have to show for it? Oh, what have I done? Or whatever. You built this foundation that 99% of people around you will never have. And a foundation like this serves you for life, whether you have money or riches to show for it or not. It in itself is the riches. That's the true lesson of Earth, especially with Saturn and Taurus. For those of you with Saturn and Taurus, 7 of Pentacles, this is a promise of fortune through daily commitment and consistency. You don't care if it takes you 10 years because you plan to work at this for 20, 30. Some people don't want to work that long. You won't even have to work that long, by the way. Most of this stuff will automate itself. But and I'm not trying to talk down on people who have different plans in their life. Not everyone's supposed to work at stuff forever. But when it comes to this focus of what you're building, the whole purpose of Uranus in Taurus from 2018 to 2025 is for you to manifest your own independence. That was the whole point. Uranus in Taurus is going to offer you the $100 million 360 deal, or it's going to where you get everything now, but the company's raping you. It's taking like most of it, but that can still be a good deal for you. You can still walk out of a 360 richer, more known. Yeah, you don't own your shit, but like you re-up that money and do your own thing. Or you could have taken the longer game and build up your own thing independently. That's not glamorous. You're not walking down on the red carpet. Oh, but look, after that transit's done, you're fully independent. You don't have to split percentages with everybody. You fully own your own shit. And you have people who went the get quick rich route, and you have people who built the foundation. Every single one of you who built the foundation, you are set for life. That's what this Taurus season is going to teach you. As Uranus is sextiling Saturn, which if you want to understand, the Saturn sextile is over 25 years in the making, because the last time Saturn linked up with Uranus was 1989 and 1990. Okay, so ever since then, Uranus overtook Saturn, of course, went around. Boom, 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 boom. Now it's going to conjunct again in Cancer, where it initially conjuncted in Capricorn. So please, when you take this long-term approach and when you stop comparing your success to other people, Uranus is unique innovation. No one will ever have your values. No one will ever have your style. It favors taking its time. That's why I'm not really in a rush, especially if you have a Taurus MC. The Taurus MC is one of the longest legacies to fulfill. I think the Leo King is an example of this. And his story, hate him or love him, I love his story because he really did do a horoscope every day for 13 years. And Taurus MC will take a while, but once you get it, it lasts a lifetime. It is serious wealth. Okay. And it's that type of consistency, it's that type of commitment that will continue to pay off. Many of you watching me have skills, you have trades, you've performed services. You know what I'm saying? And with the Uranian element of things, Uranus brings innovation that will give the feel that a lot of what you're doing is ahead of its time. It's forcing you to think outside the box where you may not realize a certain service or product you offer is actually going to be sold out by a whole generation of people who have just yet to be born. It's rewarding the long term consistency. It's asking you to build your treasures now that can make money now, but can also be rich later off. And that's the difference. Someone who's just trying to get rich quick wants to make something quick with no substance, versus Taurus wanting you to build something that once you make lasts forever. I was actually just talking to Joyce about this. As far as like, how they used to make Hermes, right? When you get actual luxury brand name, when you get actual good furniture, that furniture is supposed to last for over a decade. There's a lot of advice, thankfully, I've shared that's still timeless today. There's a lot of fugazi, cold reading, fake psychic, fake tarot reader, astrologer advice that, it's here today, gone tomorrow. They regurgitated it from someone else. They don't really know. They know about what they're talking about, but they don't really know what they're talking about. You know what I mean? So, and look forward to a collab from me and Joyce, so we can, she has really good jewelry. So when we launch the app, we'll look more into that. But yeah, I'm gonna be reaching out to a lot of you to collaborate more, because what I realize is I don't want to just be a vendor to you. I'm not someone that's just trying to sell stuff to you. We're creating a community here. I'm going to be reaching out so we can invest in what each other is doing, and we can be our own ecosystem. Music, arts, events, services, products. Like, that's the type of events I want to do, where we're calling performers to perform, to do also music, sound bath healings, and we can all quite literally share our skills and talents and keep it in house, and then grow it a little bit more, as we move out, right? And I'm not doing all that in a year. Like, my first event is going to be 2027. Within the next 2 years, I'm going to pop up in your city impromptu, and we're going to do a meetup, but not so I can talk to or teach. I just want to chill with you guys. I just want to hang out. I'm going to plan to do this, if not this year, for sure next year, but I do want to plan to do this at least 2 or 3 times this year. And the next 2 years, I just want to get to know you guys more in person, actually pop up. We'll see where we're going. But like 2027 is going to be our first event. It's going to be here in Vegas, if I'm still living here in Vegas. Yes, I'm actually going to go to Detroit, because my friend Elajide and DJ Shake they DJ at the kitchen every Monday and Friday, and I want to go visit them to do that. So I'm definitely going to be in Detroit this year, if not next year. And yeah, the year that projectors are taking over, baby. So you have to trust the timing of things. And that's where Saturn and Pisces was very, very important, because this, not only since March of 2023, 2 years ago, by the way. Yes, Double Shot of Venus. You need to go. They're live right now. Let me see if I can find the address. They're so dope. They're so fucking dope. It's 6529 Woodward Avenue in Detroit. All right. He actually produces. I want to do a track with him. I'm kind of getting distracted here. That's them right here. They mix the godly stuff. They're so. I clicked off. I clicked off on the wrong video. I'm sorry, guys. But yeah, if you're in Detroit, please show them some love. It's really awesome stuff. But yeah, I'm definitely Detroit is definitely one of the cities I want to go to. But yeah, it's really just more the budget, but that may not be an issue soon. We'll see. Like I said, there's really no rush. Like I'm not going to stop doing this anytime soon. So, but yeah. Oh, thank you for the email, Aaron. I got your email. Thank you very much. And yeah, so I just kind of wanted to once again kind of give you the impression that this Taurus season is going to be one for the books. You don't want to look at it as just another Taurus season. It's revisiting everything since 2018 when we started this transit. Everything that you've been working towards that innovated this idea from 2018 to 2020, we're finalizing. There's a whole lot that could just all at once. It's energy like this that personally, you know what I'm saying? You can feel like you made it happen overnight. And I'm telling you, it didn't happen overnight. A lot of this innovation, even if it took time to blossom, really kicked in 2018, 2019. So it's a very beautiful passage. Saturn's at the end of Pisces. Mercury is now direct back in Aries. And the first part of this transit that's quite crazy is Pluto opposite Mars square the sun. Okay, this T square right here with Lilith, this cross with Lilith. All right. And the reason why this is important, by the time we come into this final Uranus quality, the reason why we introduce the law of assumption is once Uranus goes into Gemini and we start teaching hardcore magic, learning the law of assumption, I have the ultimate manifestation playlist down below, learning the law of assumption, learning how to get out your own way so that you can speak life into what you create is the beginning. It's magic 101. So this last Taurus season, we've mentioned this concept a lot. This is going to fully innovate instant manifestation. And this is going to really hit hard for you if since 2018, you've noticed that you manifest much quicker. You manifest synchronicities much quicker. Yes, please watch that recent video. Sammy is my go-to. Sammy Ingram is like the fucking goddess of this shit. All right, she needs to be on a Mount Rushmore. I fuck with her more than Neville Goddard. I'm gonna be honest. Neville's the Pisces, like he's the legend who brought it in, but I feel Sammy's way better than Neville. I'm gonna be completely honest. Like it is what it is. But yeah, shout out to Crystal Sun Healing. Crystal Sun has a dope course. You guys are not ready. She about to teach angelic magic. She let me know. We gonna launch that soon. So yeah, we have a lot of dope content on the way. But if you have noticed since 2018 that your manifestation has been a lot quicker, that you are more aligned, right? Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Chris. I appreciate you. And honestly, I won't even really be flexing. I'm just be investing it back in you guys. I'll be completely honest. I was just like, I really do want to build an ecosystem. Whatever you guys are working on, whatever businesses you're working on. If I had like millions of dollars, I'd be throwing 50,000 towards an idea here, 100,000 towards an idea there. You know what I'm saying? Like I want to give back to this community that, gave me so much value, helped me know that what I do is valuable. But that being said, if you have noticed that you manifest much quicker, this is an unconventional alignment process. For those of you who it's been lightning speed for, after this Taurus season, it's automatic. Like that's what Uranus and Gemini is presupposing. By the time Saturn's in Aries, Neptune's in Aries, and Uranus is in Gemini, you manifest instantly. Like every word you say, you're seeing the results for already. Okay. And the reason why that's significant is this was a huge alignment process, a collective alignment process. Now that Neptune is dissolving the separation between your identity and God, as you are a drop of the infinite ocean of God, this alignment, you might be thinking, what has changed, right? It's nothing that's changed. You're more aligned with who you were since 2018. So it's damn near automatic now, which comes, and a lot of that was many of you since 2018 shortchanged yourself. You like if you take how valuable you feel about yourself now versus how valuable you feel about yourself back in 2018, it's night and day. There's certain things that you would have accepted and tolerated 2018 that you won't tolerate anymore because you know you're worth more than that. You feel me? And I'm glad you said it got you back into your body. This is definitely going to innovate how much more unconventionally you can harness your own bioenergetic electrical system. I don't know anything about energy. So I don't want to act like, oh, I'm talking spirit, but your capacity to harness your own energy, like it's its own device, is never going to be the same again. And that's what's going to open the room for magic, because your energy is magic. Power, and astrology shows us power, the cardinal signs generate energy, the fixed signs. Energy produces the mutable signs. Magic is a direct experience that induces change. And your own energy is the source of producing this magic. That's why energy vampires constantly trying to suck and drain you dry. Okay. But hopefully you've drawn the proper boundaries. The road to Scorpio season this year is definitely going to be very, 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 very lucrative, very, very fruitful, because and I can't emphasize alone, this year it's going to feel like, oh, out of nowhere, everything started going right. But that's not true. It's actually more so that you've been aligning since 2018. You've been concluding this karma from 2020. And this is finally how you're going to conclude on that. And yes, I heard that his meditations are legit. Someone told me they read Becoming Supernatural and it actually helped them. I haven't finished that book yet, but I do have the book. So thank you, Colby. I'm going to go back to finishing. I still haven't finished The Power of Now. I have so many books I've barely read. I'm gonna be honest. I'm that kind of guy. Like I'm that kind of guy with the library, but I've read like 10% of the books there. But I might pretend that I read all of it. I won't pretend. But like, yeah. Ironically, you will need the gym to become strong enough for calisthenics. Oh, Izazel, I'm actually taking a calisthenics course, and I'm glad you said that. I have a body transformation course that all require the gym, but I wasn't sure whether to do the body transformation and then do calisthenics. But then I just wanted to, the only reason is because each course is like 2.5 years. And I wanted to just jump into calisthenics. But I was like, let me transform my body first, build the body, and then do calisthenics. What do you think about that? I could just jump into calisthenics. There's like a beginner, pro, elite, and I could just do that. But yeah, I don't not care about the gym. I don't care about working out, but calisthenics is pretty dope because I do want to be able to lift my own body weight. And I definitely do want to, take that at the very least a bit seriously. But yeah, please, that rule book for arguments is dope. And I'm going to do live readings. I'm going to bring a series in where we're live reading books, and all that'll be on the app as well. All right. And yeah, 75 hard. Yup. The people who created the course suggest that I don't do both at the same time, but I'll probably do calisthenics first. And I'm doing Tai Chi, bro. Don't get it. I'm also doing Qigong and Tai Chi. I got this online course where I want to get the basics there, and then I want to actually go into an actual dojo and start sparring. David Palma was the first person I've ever seen do calisthenics. Like, he did handstands in front of my face. We actually did a video in Maru's crib where I tried to do a handstand. That didn't work. This motherfucker would just be popping handstands out of nowhere, just casually, just doing calisthenics in front of people. Say, shout out to him though. Aqua Moon Capricorn, so he the GOAT. He definitely the GOAT. But yeah, other than that, man, I feel like, oh yeah, dude, if you down, I'm with it. I thought about training in boxing, but I just want to get in shape first. I don't want to just spread everything out. I'm definitely going to practice Qigong, but for now, I just want to get in the best shape of my life. I just want to actually like get my body right first, and then I could definitely go more into martial arts. But yeah, So to build a proper foundation, I'll probably just start with calisthenics then. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I'll definitely start with calisthenics. But yeah, that being said, um, you know, breathing for sure, very important. And this is where, with these physical augmentations, Uranus is going to introduce non-traditional, unconventional sources. All right. All right. Appreciate calisthenics to shape the body. I'm definitely going to start with calisthenics first, then for sure. Because the way that the program is, it doesn't start you off too crazy. You kind of build your way up to it. But yeah, that being said, y'all, no, not at all. I mean, I know there are people who have their thoughts about the Leo. Not everyone really likes the Leo King. And then you have people who really love the Leo King. All I can speak on him is that he knows his shit. His astrology is pretty good. It's really good. He's one of the most viewed. He has his accolades. And dudes really did a horoscope every day for 13 years. Not a lot of people have those feats. Like you saw him start off homeless, I think, and dude has an AMG now. Like, yeah, bitch, you can't even afford this shit. Like, it's actually a beautiful progression. It's the Leo main character story. You know what I mean? Oh, okay. When you were talking about David Palmer, you thought I meant David Palmer. I feel you. Yeah, no, it's crazy. It's crazy. So yeah, you know what I mean? This Taurus season is also going to conclude from Leo season of last year. But I think what's very significant with this is, especially if you're a Leo rising, that's where this is going to be very important. But it's going to revisit your worth, and this is why this is also important, guys. This is the first Taurus season we're having with Neptune in Aries and Saturn getting ready to leave Pisces. In fact, by the time we end Taurus season, you're going to see that Saturn is ready to go into Aries. So this is the end of Taurus season. We're going to start with the end. And the reason why I like this is, if you've noticed, we've started every zodiac season with the completion, with the Capricorn season signature. That doesn't always happen. So sometimes when we'll start a zodiac season with the new moon, and it's due to how quickly the moon moves. It doesn't move the same amount every month, right? So sometimes during the cycle, when we start the transit, it's during the new moon. Sometimes we'll start the cycle during the quarter square. Sometimes during the full moon. Whenever we start with completion, we're kicking off the transit, coming into the rewards from the previous season. So I want you to look at this, because the moon in Aquarius coming in at the end of Aquarius square Taurus is how we're starting this transit off right now. So you're going to come into a full-on knowledge of your value that's going to conclude on what you're currently coming into this knowledgeable understanding now. And now what you're going to realize is that Neptune is in Aries now. So that's where I'm saying a lot of people who are rich are really broke. I promise. It's hard to see because they flash first their accolades, their money, their toys, but they really broke for real. Like, if you were to take that from them, they don't have anything. This is a fact. You're going to see who really has that value, because Neptune in Aries is going to make a lot of shit obsolete. It's like we had old money and new money. Now it's new money. You know what I mean? Like, it's a whole new playing field. It's a whole new game. We don't even have to bring crypto into this. So that's where you're going to be grateful that you built this foundation. This Taurus season is going to transform the way you look at wealth. And a lot of people are going to enter this Taurus season thinking, oh, I need more money. And you're going to end this season realizing, I've been rich for the longest time. You're going to look at stuff you've been sitting on that is worth millions, literally. Some of you may have bought something when it was a certain price. Now it's appreciated so much you didn't even know. Okay. So all of this sources from within. What I don't want to teach you how to get rich. I want to teach you how to identify the source of wealth within you, because most people will go their whole life chasing things for status, whereas other people will hold that status within, and now the richest people are attracted to them. All right. Like the wealthiest people see something in them and they can't put their finger on it. That's because this wealth is invisible. It's not tangible. You can't quantify it. There's no bank account that can house our wealth. We're infinity years. I know that that is corny to people. I'm well aware people hear that and scoff. They broke to me. I don't give a fuck about that. Thank you. Health is wealth. I don't even fucking age. So like that, most people won't even be old enough to enjoy their wealth. I'm gonna be here. I'm gonna be in this bitch for a while. So like it's different. And I'd rather think people I'm broke. I stealth wealth this bitch. So that being said, you feel me? The idea of soul currency is going to become more tangible to you than ever. And that's why the system of your beliefs had to quintessentially change. That's why the North Node in Pisces had to unlock this brand new 20-year cycle so that it can begin to shift the frontier with Pluto and Aquarius, with which you come into. This next period is going to produce the rest of this decade is going to produce significantly more millionaires and billionaires than has ever been produced. Many of you watching me are on this wave. And it's not like a lot of people looking at you are going to look at you like it came out of nowhere. It didn't come out of nowhere. You built the foundation. Whereas everyone else was jumping onto this trend, this scheme, this grift. So many fucking grifters out here. You were building the foundation. You were marking and carving your legacy. Okay. You were creating what is needed that's solid. No one can take that foundation from you. The reason why you can just walk into a room and freestyle what you do is because you did the work. You don't have to memorize and think up of other stuff. You breathe it and you live it. You did the work. It's time to serve it up. And if you felt like you did all that for nothing, you're in for a rude awakening, because this is all paying off, and all this is preparing for Jupiter and Cancer, which is a whole new wave. And that's the next important thing that I want to establish concerning this, because basically, looking at us, basically, the next couple of months is going to feel like a tide is receding. When there's a tsunami and the ocean goes back and it looks like there's no water on the beach, that can feel like you're making less money. Your client pool is drying up, especially if you take everyone, if you're going through your business and you're realizing the money that I was making, I'm not making as much. That's really the universe testing you. Like, so the fuck what? Are you going to stop doing this? You know what I'm saying? Are you going to stop because it's not coming in? Or are you still producing quality even when no one's fucking with you? That's the most important thing, because what's going to happen is a tidal wave tsunami is on its way. 29 degrees Pisces is a tsunami. A tidal wave tsunami is getting ready to splash. Cancer is going to be number one this year. From July of this year to July next year. Invest in anything cancer related. They're going up. Or I might even buy Tesla stock while it's on discount. If it crashes until them, it's the best news ever, because everything cancer is going up. And you want to look at it like that. This season and Gemini season, it's going to be the calm before the storm. This is the point where you want to position yourself for when that wave comes in. Are you ready? Because I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. Some people are going to give up, especially once that square to Saturn comes, or I guess really to Pisces in Gemini, and you're looking at these beliefs you had, and you're looking at the direct experience, and it doesn't look like that for you. Some people are going to walk away before that wave comes in and completely takes them to a new income bracket. Okay. And that's where the integrity of your beliefs is reminding you why you do what you do. Did you just do this for fame and a quick buck? Or is this what you do? Difference. Did you do this for blank? Or this is just what I do, period. We're going to see the difference between these two more clearly than ever. And that's where this T square with Pluto and Mars is going to really test and challenge how you deal with pressure from group hive minded motherfuckers who need to be taught and told what's cool, what's actually good, versus those who stand their ground. It depends. He says so much stuff. The last thing I saw he said is that he's been sucking his cousin's wee wee since he was 14. I don't give a fuck. If Kanye is destroying his legacy, he's having the most fun doing that. I've never seen, I don't even know if he's destroying his legacy. I've never seen someone have so much fun destroying their legacy. I really couldn't tell. This dude looked like he genuinely enjoying terrorizing everyone with tweets. And that's why he a legend. And that's why he a legend. That's why he one of the GOATs. But it is what it is. Silence says so much. That being said, Miko saying, what didn't Ye say? And it's like so much. Like you see, there's like 17 tweets I can pull up over the past week. That's the wildest shit I've ever seen. So I don't know. I can't really tell you. But listen. If you think that Gemini is crazy now, wait until Uranus goes into our sign. If you think he tweaking on Twitter now, wait until Uranus goes into Gemini. You haven't seen nothing yet. This is just soft launching the Gemini crazy. Like you haven't seen how crazy Gemini can be yet. And trust, he having fun doing this. He's really, I really feel it's a Pisces moon trolling, even though some of it could be true. But that being said, we're ending this season off with the moon in Aquarius. I wanted you to see the sextile between 29 degrees, Pisces, and Taurus. Ye to me is like the rap fashion version of Shia LaBeouf. You know how Shia LaBeouf will stay in character too much, a little bit too long, and it's like, bro, we're not shooting the scene anymore. That's Ye. Like he's never going to get out of character. Like he's going to keep on with this just to get his point across. He's trolling hard as hell. It's amazing. But other than that, we want to look at this 29-degree sextile with Sun and Saturn. This is going to be, since the conjunction in March, the first 60-degree point of expressing the value of these beliefs. This is what's going to make it tangible. Okay? This is really going to make it tangible. And as we go into Gemini, you'll start to see an initial shift of experience to actually activate this entire world of karma, this promise of God. So it's already manifesting right now, which is the most important thing to keep in mind. An entire world of your own beliefs that you're by Virgo season are going to make real. So that's the first thing we want to look at. The moon is in Aquarius, okay? And as the moon is in Aquarius, we started the transit and we're ending the transit in the same vein. All right. That being said, this is how it ends. Now I want to show you how it starts. Boom. It starts with the moon in Aquarius. So everything that we're starting now, we're going to go full circle and revisit. The moon in Aquarius is giving you not only a knowledge of what your value is, but this knowledge of your value is the conclusion of the activation of original power, the new moon in Aries. We had the new moon in Aries, we had the moon in Cancer quarter square, we had the full moon in Libra, and then as the moon entered Aquarius, the sun enters Taurus. We're converting the power into energy, into wealth. You're going to be producing the value of this original new direction. So we're starting this transit off coming into rewards. This knowledge of worth we're starting off with is not going to be the knowledge of worth we end the transit off with. which in a short 30 days, you're going to see how you've quickly innovated this wealth. And as such, you don't want to sell yourself short and compromise. If someone is wanting you to sign a contract for $50,000 and you know you're worth a couple million, don't sell yourself short, even if they go to someone else for cheaper, because you will regret it by the end of Taurus season, where by then you probably could have gotten a deal closer to them because you stuck to your value. It's supposed to be stubborn. It's grounded, it's earthy. If no one else knows your value, you have to know your worth before anyone else knows. And Uranus will give you points for being genius and ahead of your time. So Pluto opposite Mars in Leo is you on stage with the blicky. Now, let's go back last year. Yes, I said blicky. Blah, blah. Okay. Latom. Blah, blah. Okay. Last year, Mars retrograded out of Leo. And people started to throw stuff at you. Your haters started to throw tomatoes at you. And you were like, oh, that's how you feel? That's how you feel? You went back into Cancer. You're like, oh, these motherfuckers got me fucked up. They think I'm puss. They think I'm sweet. Now you're back in Leo with the blicky. Who was throwing them tomatoes? Back, 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 back. Performance, black, black, black. Performance. Like they thought you were soft. Pluto Aqua thought you were going to back down. They thought with a little social pressure, you would just conform and fold. You not sweet, though. You not weak, though. And you're about to stand up to every single piece of social pressure that feels they could play you. Every single facet, regardless of what collective it is a part of. We bang on audience members if they even try it. That's what it's going to feel like, especially if you've been feeling more pressure. That's the pressure to have you conform to the collective. Pluto is going to put Mars in check if you're too narcissistic, thinking your shit don't stink. Then Aquarius has to humble you. But if Aquarius tries to do this, oh, you don't have enough clout, you're not there, bah, shut the fuck up. Boom. And that's it. You must not back down. Don't play with me. Don't play with me. Shout out to Pocket Jam 2. Elijah Day just dropped that a couple days ago. Play with yourself. Don't play with me. And this is going to be a pressure cooker that will really set you for life. This one transit alone, we're never going to have something like this ever again in a long while. So Taurus, and the way you want to look at Mars and Leo, let's say Leo season is the stage play. Leo is going to be the major event. Mars and Leo ahead of time is you already getting the stage ready. You're whacking the weeds. You're taking action on certain other plays. You're getting that space ready. So when the sun goes there in the summer and you're aware of it, you've already taken action, right? Especially if you're a Leo rising. That opposition of Pluto is fundamentally transforming the way you socially interact, integrate, and engage with others forever. And that's where Taurus in between is making sure you maintain your value. One, the Sun square Pluto is a boss battle. All right, shout out to Katiana. This is a very important boss battle. Remember, we used to have our boss battles in Aries season, Cancer season, and Libra season, where Pluto was in Capricorn. Now, the nature of this boss battle has transcended. New levels, new devils. We were going against like Palpatine. Capricorn, Pluto Capricorn represented the corruption and like the authoritative government structure. Now we're battling aliens. Now we're battling like noble vampires and elites. This is celestial, supernatural. You're going to feel like you're being jumped telepathically by people as the telepathic grid. Jupiter is expanding. I know I sound retarded as hell talking about a telepathic grid and people talking telepathically. Hey, you either know it or you don't. The telepathy has been much stronger. The telepathy tapes have come out, and this is a sneak peek. In 20 years, when Pluto's at the end of Aquarius, we have technology that can do telepathy. It probably is already getting beta tested right now. So yes, I love boss battles. They're very important. Now let's go back in time because, of course, 3 months ago, we had one of the most important cycles and activations of the year. We had Pluto on the sun. Pluto on the sun was very important because a lot of you are the final boss and people don't even know. A lot of you people don't know you the final boss, and they trying to get you to conform, and they need to level up. That's a huge I went to get some water. That's a huge lesson of Taurus season 2, where you may be the boss, right? And people are going to realize they need to level up before they fuck with you. They need to get more experience points. They need to get updated weapons. Their weapons ain't strong enough to even touch you. And it's going to humble a lot of people who assessed your value and really mistaken what you're really worth, how much foundation you really have. Because unlike the people who get a little and flex it, you've had stuff to flex about. You didn't feel the need to show it off. And so that could allow people to think whatever, they in for a rude awakening. Every year for the next 20 years, this awakening, Gabriel's trumpet, right, is going to awaken more supernatural energy within your mind. Every year for the next 20 years, you're going to quite literally step into more supernatural potential of your being. Yes, that means superpowers. That means supernatural abilities. This started since 2008. And if we really want to take it there, this started since 1995 with Pluto and Sag and Cap. Pluto through the God signs collectively awakens supernatural potential for everyone on the planet, all life, all animals. But this part, Aqua and Pisces, is where it's really, now this is out of this world. They read the cover, not the book. So here's the thing. Every year when we conjunct, this is yet another cycle of now awakening a higher layer of the supernatural potential. This is the first year it's not going back into Capricorn. Why is that important? Every year now, once we get into Taurus season, this 90-degree angle is the first dispensation over the next 20 years that will now manifest this supernatural energy naturally through your five senses. So from Aqua to Taurus season, it's you plugging in from this higher realm to your body, the connection. And we're going to strengthen on this connection every year. Aquarius is electricity, Leo is source energy, and Taurus is the grounding cores. If you didn't have grounding, everything would short circuit. All right. Yes, all the sleeper agents are activating, especially the Aquas and Pisces. All right. But all the sleeper agents are activating over the next 20 years as well. And I mean, be very mindful, because the concept of people taking action that they're not even conscious they're being used to take is why you really need to know who you're dealing with. And this is where through their fruit, ye shall know them. Through their actions, a lot of people talk a good game. What are they doing? Right? I also had this conversation with Joyce where some people can act the part, but they don't really embody it. And, you know, if they embody it, cool. If not, be careful, because these people can get you killed on accident or on purpose. All right. So this 90-degree square between Pluto is the direct integration of the supernatural energy. Once we're in Leo season and it opposes this, that's what's going to begin to harvest the first round of this energy. We're going to have 20 rounds of this, 20 years. Okay, 20 years. This Taurus season, you're going to manifest the first wave of integrating this. And why is this important? Aquarius is supernatural. It is metaphysical. It is out of this world. You cannot measure a frequency. You can, but you can't really see a frequency tangibly, right? A frequency at hertz range, you have ways to measure, but it's not physical, right? Plus other such phenomena that's out the physical. So Taurus allows us to ground that through our senses. You're going to be, over the next 20 years, strengthening and increasing upon how much more extraordinarily your brain can process energy. You can smell, you can hear stronger. And that's why this Taurus season is so important, because this is going to quite literally be the first year you're now really grounding this. When it was in Capricorn, this was autonomous, auto nervous awakenings in your body down at the cellular level. So you did notice awakening of power, but it's not going to be instant like this Aquarius cycle. That's mental. Now the awakening of your body supports more complex brain functions. Capricorn is power. Aquarius is energy. Throughout Taurus, Leo, and Scorpio season every year, the capacity and amount of energy you're going to be harnessing is going to be significantly more than you've ever processed your whole life, similar to a Kundalini awakening. So that whole Pluto in Capricorn prepared your body for spontaneous awakenings so you don't short circuit your brain. Okay. And this is where you are getting to really break in the natural quality of your body, and you're learning like a baby again how it is like to sense, to feel, to touch, to taste. All right. So that's one of the most important parts. This 90-degree square happening at the beginning, right? Everything past tomorrow is now going to be the active integration of tying together everything we activated in Aquarius season, Pisces season, and produced the effect of this awakening that affected your imagination and your beliefs. Because now it's like, I'm charged up. Aries season expressed how you activate the identity and awareness of the direction you take. Now we're tying it together. Now Taurus is going to have charge this in your body. And this is what's going to rub a lot of people the wrong way. This is where you're going to tell who's an agent too. There is a definition of wealth and success that's not really real. It's not based on anything real. It's based upon an unspoken social contract and agreement, and it's based upon a closed system that is never the same in every time period. So what success really means depends on the culture you're in, depends on what the high income earners make. None of that shit is really real, because if the economy were to crash overnight, everyone would lose all that. It was never real. You're going to learn that as much as, in a materialist, reductionist, postmodern society that doesn't consider anything you can't touch and taste real because they're muggles and they can't really perceive anything outside of that. Yes, it's a skill. They're not going to understand that. They don't have the processing brain power to. They're not able to. They're like our calculators. Oops. Other than that, why that's very important is you're going to start to see mad friction. That's what this square is. People are going to try to energetically feel better than you, and they can't. Not because you said anything, not because you did anything, but it's an unspoken presence your energy will be speaking that they don't have. They don't have that level of security. They had to buy a few bags. They had to buy a few cars. You know, the type of people that were just complete losers until they got money and now they cool. They don't have that within it. They had to build that after they got money. A lot of us here never needed that. I don't care if you were popular in school or not. I don't mean that fake superficial shit. I mean what counts within. And they're going to feel a certain way that their mind games don't work on you. They can't buy you. They can't leverage the power games. Hype man, they can't leverage the power dynamics that work on other people because you know what you're worth. And they're not going to like that you don't fit into their system, the system that you exist outside of, right? Most of which don't have integrity. And if you knew the amount of people that had to suck a dick to get to where they were, that had to have sex with someone they didn't want to have sex with to get what they have, they're going to look at you in a certain way because you actually have integrity. And I'm not talking about like sex workers who are in it for the game. Like there's some sex workers who that's what they do. I'm not talking about them. Like that's what they really do. They didn't just do sex work to get something. They do that. There's a certain respect for that. You may not respect it, but there's a certain craft and discipline to that. I'm talking about people who they felt they had to do it to get to where they're going. Those people are going to feel intimidated by you because you didn't have to do all that shit. Never. You didn't have to guzzle someone's cock in your mouth just so you can get a position. I'm sorry, it's the truth. Those power dynamics don't affect you because you don't attach to most of those things or those people. And you're going to see the dynamic of this collective element that has forsaken itself, that it's sold its soul, realizing not only did you not have to do that, right? But it's almost as if their mind games don't work on you. And this tension that is created is meant to build value in yourself, just like a video game. When you go through, you gain experience points, you have to face tension. The more you advance in the game, the harder the challenge and difficulty is, the more rewards you get. So moving forward, this is only for the strong. A transit like this will weed out the weak. If you fold too quickly, if you can't stand being criticized by a lot of people, you will fold, and you will fold fast, and you'll give away your power. For those of you who won't give away your power for nothing, you're going to make a lot of haters because they cannot influence you. And some people are so insecure, they need to feel better than other people. They need to feel like they have some influence over people. And you need to be surrounded by yes men to feel powerful. All right. And that's where the intrinsic nature of your value will spill out versus some whose value is only extrinsic because they'll talk like they do. Like a lot of these people who I'm talking about are the ones who are telling you this spiritual shit. Like, oh, it's not all about the money. Oh, it's not all about this. But I'm telling you, you take all that shit from them and now they're depressed. Why are you depressed? I thought it wasn't about the money. I thought you didn't need the money. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of us never really needed that. Okay? Me personally, I'm not going to act like I grew up with the struggle. Like I grew up pretty all right. It's not like my family, part of my family did struggle at some point, but like I'm not foreign to wealth. Like I've been there, done that. That's why it doesn't impress me. My father bought a Rolls Royce from Luther Vandross. He had like a 3-story mansion in 488 Berkeley Avenue. We were living down the street from a member by Naughty by Nature. Lauren Hill was in like Orange, New Jersey, like across the street. Young Nigerian prince, bro. Like my dad had like 9 cars. Like that's why the luxury shit doesn't mean shit to me. I came from that. My parents worked hard to make that. That's why I appreciate everything I got here is off the mud. My parents didn't invest in this. I had to bring this from nothing. And I appreciate the struggle. I appreciate having to make it on your own because you build a certain discipline. You don't become entitled, right? You don't just expect certain things to happen. You appreciate how things grow, right? And that's where as you evolve into your own personification of this wealth, you realize integrity is way more important. Integrity is way more important. All right. And it puts you in a position to realistically step in to unique quality that you may have never really even dreamed you'd ever see. Okay. So be mindful of that. Look out for ad hominem attacks. What's going to be, whereas your identity was being attacked, Aries season or challenged, people are going to go for your self-esteem. And that's when you're going to see the nature of what people value and what people think are important. Because the stuff they might be getting at you for are things that aren't really even that important. They're not eternal. They don't last forever. They're here today, gone tomorrow. They depreciate in value. Even if they appreciate, you wouldn't trade it for your life. You wouldn't trade it for your soul. Some people would. But that being said, we want to really continue to build this foundation. I don't want to just let this transit be a how to get rich type of thing. This is the final fulfillment of, since 2018, what you've really been working towards. And now, as you can see, now that the sun is square Pluto, the next 90 days is going to be integrating the supernatural potential. What does that mean, guys? That means you're going to start tangibly feeling electricity flow from your fingertips. The quality of manifestation is going to be much quicker than it's ever been. This is the final innovation of your physiology. Uranus borrowing extra dimensional energy from outside this dimension, as with your body as a transceiver, which means you can't see it, right? But you can sense it. You can sense evidence of this. Sharper thinking, much quicker reflexes and instincts. Really great period to invest more in your body and your wealth and your health. Your health, of course, which is your wealth. All right. And you'll see the difference between those who speak spiritually and say, "Oh, I'm rich in spirit." You know what I'm saying? Like, there are people who are rich in spirit, but they really broke. You know what I'm saying? Like, they really broke. But and it's not like the money makes you broke or not, but I mean, they're even broke in spirit too. Like, they have horrible attitude towards things, right? Like me, I don't need to have money in the bank account. I can make money very easily. I can get a job very easily. I can fall back on so many stuff very easily. You're going to see the difference between those people and people who, when they say they're rich in spirit, they're really rich in spirit. They can manifest 50 racks like that. They can make stuff happen just off the strength of their word. And you can't buy that. You can't pay some spiritual guru to teach you that. You have to go through the work. You have to integrate the shadow. You have to do the shadow work. You have to confront parts of yourself that you may never have wished to confront or remember again. Do that actual hard work. And some of you actually did that. And you want to see this Taurus season, every day during this Taurus season, you being rewarded. Okay. I do want to let you guys know, for those of you who would like, of course, for those of you who would like a live reading, you could click the description box below. Make sure you send. We're not done with the monthly peace report. This is just the middle of the report. Before we go more into the transits, if you want a live reading at the end, just email me your chart. If you've already emailed me your chart, I'll pull it up and I got you. I also have a 70% off sale for those of you who would like a reading. Go to my website, thepeacedealer.com, and all my reports and consultations are 70% off. If you go to Hypsee, you can schedule the pay-per call, and I also have my personal pay-per call as well. All right, with the number, no matter which one you use. That being said, yes, if you are also a YouTube member, if you look at your icon and it's green, email me at thepeacedealer@gmail.com. I'm opening a new app this July on passion.io. For those of you who are content creators, passion.io. I don't want to hold the sauce. Like, I recommend you guys also start your own apps. If you want to do that as well, I'm using passion.io. I'm going to make a new app with there. And I'm going to take all of the current members and transition them, because I'm no longer going to do the YouTube membership anymore. So we're going to, of course, do that. But yeah, other than that, my mail just came. Hold on. So my friend invited someone who I just met, a friend I just met recently, who I'm convinced is Archangel Gabriel or works directly with it because it's right next to that star. He invited me to go to an anime convention. I've never been to a con before. This is going to be my first con, and I'm going to be at next level. I'm going to be there this Friday. So I don't have a costume, but I am going to show up with this, one of my favorite animes. Who recognizes where this anime is from? I'm going to just pull up with the ring, and whoever recognizes it, recognizes it. That's it. If I go to more cons, oh, I also Soul Eater, baby. I also got accepted to speak at DreamCon. So shout out my good friend Xavier. He's also Pisces. He suggested that I apply, right? So if I do make it to DreamCon, that's May 30th to, of course, June 1st. I'm gonna have a panel, guys. If I can make it there, I should be able to make it. And I'm gonna do astrology and superpowers. So it's gonna kind of be a comedy set. I could probably meet RDC World. That'll be dope. So if you're going to DreamCon, you might see me speak there. You might see me speak there. We'll see. I'm not entirely sure yet, but yes, Soul Eater, baby. Lord Death, to be exact. So, yep, I'm binge watching Fire Force right now. I'm on season 2, episode 7. I'm binge watching it. So yeah, looking forward to that. I didn't expect the application. I wasn't really rushing to go, but I'll push myself. It's cool. We need a live stream or something for those of us out the country. I got you. I definitely got you. So yeah. That being said, now that we got Carrie, thank you. I got your Venmo. I totally got you. That being said, okay, you know, the and yes, who had asked? Someone had asked if you guys, is anyone here struggling and need a card but can't afford it? If you need a card, tag me. Shout out to Amy, always showing love. Straight queen. Okay, dude, it's fire. Never watch it all. Yeah, it's fire. It's heating up. I'm probably gonna read the manga again, but yeah, it's really relevant as far if you know the astrology, you can kind of tie where the writers of these shows get their inspiration from and how some of them match up with transits. It's like, oh, they actually talk about the future. But that being said, now that the sun is integrating Pluto, you're going the first thing we're starting Taurus season off with is a very grounded awareness of your physical senses actually going through. Don't have your email. My email is thepeacedealer@gmail.com, jkono808. If you watch us on YouTube right now, you'll be able to see the instructions, but you can also email me at thepeacedealer@gmail.com. So yeah. Now the Mars is making a 90-degree angle to the sun. Okay. So this is also integrating our awareness relative to how we move forward. Or wait, it looks like the sun moves quicker than Mars. So the sun is actually completing its cycle with Mars. And let's actually confirm this. Looks like the sun is going to catch up to Mars. Yeah, the sun is going to catch up to Mars. So the sun is actually completing its previous Mars conjunction cycle. And the reason why that's important is because now, as you are reflecting these social actions to realistically integrate how creatively you draw on this Aries, Neptune, and Mercury, you're going to be aware of the full value of this. Basically, through this T-square, the way you really see your worth is not going to be the same. And this is bringing breakthrough and completion and integration. Now, what we also want to talk about is Neptune and Mercury trining Mars. Because when Mars was last in Leo, Neptune was still in Pisces. So there was still a conceptual basis around your self-concept. Now you're embodying this new era of who you are. And now going socially, if you can feel, that's when you're definitely going to step forward. Oh, by the way, yeah, Amy, I'm not drawing cards today. I'm actually just going to be doing astrology. So I'm going to be drawing cards for the exclusive tarot reading. But for this one, this is just going to be for anyone who wants their natal chart read. Just a heads up. But like with that being said, let's see. With that being said, spiral chaos. As we move forward from this Pluto square, once again, is where you're really going to, of course, experience a majority of much of this motion or preparation for motion. Okay. Woo! All right. So with that being said, as you can see, yeah, no, we will do the tarot card readings. I just wanted to keep astrology, and the card readings just for the cards. When we get the app, I will start blending them again, and then when we get the app, we'll go into what it means for every sign. But well, that's what the tribe reports are. But yeah, so that's the first part of this transit, and this is how we start the transit off. So the first part of this transit is concluding the previous Aries season. All right. I wanted to spend a good hour and 30. Oh, I didn't know it was Sword Art Online as well. This is mine's from Soul Eater, but I didn't know it was a Sword Art Online as well. But basically, yeah, the Aries season transit we just did, the first part of Taurus season is concluding that and is preparing to activate this new value. The reason why I wanted to speak an hour and a 30 before we go into the transits is mainly because, it's very important your mindset, right? Moving forward reflects that you can't be bought. Like, I want you to move forward with the most radical mindset around your value to the point where other people look at you like you're crazy, like you're delusional. And how do you do that? Walk as if you are worth infinity. Look at me. If you still don't know right now, you are an infinity heir. Let other people laugh because it's outside of their understanding. It does not fit within this fixed closed system that is efficient for its time. Okay. Forget what people say. You are an infinity heir. No one can buy you. No, there's not a dollar amount that anyone can buy you for, and you're worth infinity. I don't care if you don't know where that money is, it's in here. I don't care if you don't know how you're going to make that money. You must move forward as if there is no bank account that can hold your assets. Let the people who are materialist reductionists be like, okay, that's cool, but where's it? Forget that. Liquidity is coming Cancer season. I need you to be square on that. I don't care how many people feel you're weird because of that. They broke. They broke. I don't care if they have billions of dollars in the bank. They broke. They're closer to zero than they are to you with infinity. You must talk, act, and walk like that. And watch the universe respond. Oh, okay. You got it like that now. All right, boom. That's it. There are some people who need to get it physically first before they believe they're rich. And then there are people who know they're wealthy and they don't need to see it physically. These are the two different types of people. Doesn't mean you should be spending out your means. Doesn't mean you should go broke trying to flex because you feel like you're an infinity heir. You must know this at your core, that the system we're in is flawed and can't even account for value outside of certain few indicators. So just assume that your value exists way outside of that and you have the ability to monetize it. And yes, shout out to the Jupiter Cancer natives. Cha-ching! This shit finna be liquid. Another thing, Uranus and Neptune and Aquarius, all of you born after 96 and 98 with Neptune, you guys are like some of the most psychic people on the planet right now. 97, 96 with Neptune 29 degrees Capricorn. Y'all are like the most psychic people on the planet right now. And a lot of people don't even know. Like, it's crazy watching people fuck with you, not even knowing that you know intimate details about their life and they didn't tell you anything. Like, they just don't know. They don't know. You know. Okay, that's why I don't fuck with Pluto Sag. You are all crash outs. I don't fuck with y'all, meaning I don't mess with y'all. I don't want to get on your bad side. It is what it is. It also means there's a level of accountability and responsibility that comes with knowing. Thank you, JF. And that's very important. Oh, yeah. If you're born after 2000, you're an alien. You're not human. You can fool everyone else. You're not human. You're not human. You came to assist humanity and just change the generation. It's cool. That being said, right? Anyone born after 2000 is a super crash out too. It's not just the average OG crash outs from like 95 to 99. If you're born after, that's like a super crash out. Like y'all don't even care for real. But that being said, okay, the aqua moon Taurus sun is the final stage of manifestation where what you manifest completes with what you know. What do I mean by that? If I'm manifesting something, right, I have to know. The complete version of that is I know this is going to happen. I'm making this happen because I know this is going to happen. What is everything you know you're worth? Because when you operate from that, now that you've developed this entrance into your character, you're concluding Aries by knowing the value of this new identity, this reimagined self. So once the moon goes into Pisces, this is going to convert this celestial energy in its square to Uranus that's going to challenge how eccentric you can be with this out of the box, so that now you are producing the final experience that shifts your beliefs. The moon goes over the nodes, Saturn and Venus. This is a very important transit because this is going to begin to show you how everything you've ever believed around your worth is changing. This one transit is going to take that concept about, oh, I'm an infinity year. And you're going to start to realize, oh, like, do you know, and you're going to realize how out of touch most people are. The reason why I'm not shaken, why I can go to anyone's echo chamber and talk about what I do, is because most people are fucking stupid. They need to be told what to believe in. They need to be told, oh, this is legit. The amount of people, like, for example, do you think I care that anyone is going to call me a scammer? Do you think I care if people call me a scammer? People who call me a scammer are just angry because what I do goes against what they believe. Rob the Hood, I'm going to leave this public for you. I got you. What I do goes against their beliefs. And because they can't really accept that what I do debunks what they believe, I'm automatically a scammer. Do you know why I don't care about that? Because I've done this work for 10 plus years. I have over 7,000 orders in my Shopify account. Not one person can tell you I scam them. I have 4,000 bucks in XRP. I have $4,000 in XRP. I will pay $3,000 to anyone who can find one person whose money I took and said I scammed them. You can't find that. You can't pay for integrity like that. You can't. You have to work. You think I give a fuck? If people think I'm a scammer, bitch, you're stupid. You're mad. That's why I'm a fraud all of a sudden. It's the most flattering shit ever. I don't have to actually prove that. It's a fact. And that's why I thank you guys so much, because, like, you know what I'm saying? That's that Mars right now. We not playing around. It's my calling. I didn't just join this shit because I wanted a quick butt. You gonna get this work. That's confidence. That's my own value. Just like I have this value, you have this value. You've been doing what you've been doing for as long as you've been doing it, even if you just picked it up and you're putting that integrity in. That can't be bought. I laugh at people saying that, like, you are a special type of stupid bitch. Bitch, I dare you to find one person I scam. Oh, you can. So I'm not fazed by that, because I know my own confidence makes people uncomfortable. I'm a game-changing element in a materialist reductionist world where astrophysicists don't even know the difference between constellations and zodiac signs. How do you know about the stars and I know more about that than you? That's crazy. Not astrophysics, but, like, how do I know more about certain things that you should know? And that changes status quo. So many of you are revolutionaries in the making, and it's going to make people uncomfortable. Rich people can't buy me. There's not an amount of money you can pay me to stop doing this. That's its own wealth. That's its own value. That's why I'm saying the way you approach this Taurus season, right? I don't want you to approach this like, oh, I have to prove something of myself, right? I don't I don't have to actually, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to prove so. I don't want you to approach this like you have to show what you have. To what do I have to make of this success? You don't want to enter this trying to prove yourself. You are the proof. You are the value. They weren't with you shooting in the gym. They cannot copy what we do. They cannot Xerox what we do. You think they're not frustrated about that? That everything they say about you actually isn't true? That's just their beliefs? But when it comes time to demonstrate the truth, I'll read the fuck out your chart right now. That's a certain type of confidence that was built, the foundation of which was carefully crafted and built. We didn't cut any corners. We didn't try and like skip the line. We took our time while other people were just chasing the fame and chasing the money. It's not a single person who can say I disputed PayPal claims with them because they paid me money and I didn't give them what they paid for in over 10 years. So, like, you think I give a fuck if anyone who thinks that doesn't even know what I do? And that's power. So when you get hit with that Pluto square and you see this collective pressure trying to undermine your value, you can just smack their face with your energetic penis. That's what you're doing every time you stand on your value and stand for you. You're taking your energetic dick out, especially you women, and you're smacking them in the face with it. Like, what was that? What was that? And that's it. People trying to treat you like you Sean Kingston. Thank you. Thank you. Like, I can't demonstrate my skills and you pretend like I'm not the real deal in my face. I don't need an echo chamber. All right, that's the most important part. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Let's see, Amy. Let's see. Don't play with me. Don't play with me. Wait a minute. No, I don't think I received those. Oh, shout out to Abby. Shout out to Abby Money Hun. Very amazing, very solid. So yeah, you know what I mean? Like, um, the grace you give yourself, right? To not really rush yourself in this project process and to try and compare yourself to other people. Don't shortchange yourself. You're not having to race anybody. This is about building your kingdom, queendom brick by brick. So by the time the moon is in Pisces and you're crystallizing this Saturnian understanding, a lot of that rich and spirit talk is not just going to be conceptual. It's going to prepare for you to see, oh, the universe really does respond. Does the promo apply to Hypsee? The Hypsee promo applies when you get your first reading. So it's already automatically applied. It's its own promo though. So I don't have 70% off of those, but you do get 75% off your first 10 minutes when you call for your first time. So that being said, and great question, Dove Vision. So that being said, and you can schedule it now too. If you want to do a pay per call minute, you can schedule when we speak. I highly recommend you take advantage of that. The per minute is much cheaper than just ordering a consultation. So you're paying way less an hour or 30 minutes on the pay per call than you are on my website. But yeah, 2 orders went through on my end. Let's see. Oh, okay. No. I got it. You did it on Hypsee. You did it on Hypsee. That's why I wasn't looking on Hypsee. I got both of those. Thank you. So we have one for Above and Beyond and for Cosmic Life Coach. So Above and Beyond and Cosmic Life Coach, please email me your charts if you could email me your charts so I could definitely do that before. But basically now 444, then 888. Let's go, bro. So why this is significant is because once again, this is still the beginning. Is there it's going to be automatically. It's going to be automatically. Yeah. So basically when you actually, since it's your first time, it'll just automatically apply. Let me make sure there's not. To my knowledge, I don't believe there's a special code usually. I'm pretty sure it's automatic because I set it to that, so it's gonna pretty much do that. Yep, welcome incentive. Yeah, so it's gonna be automatic. But yeah, other than that, this preparation for the new moon is going to realistically prepare for you to activate this new moon with the right understanding of your true worth. And now, what we're going through now is the accomplishments of Aries season. The moon in Pisces is going to be the rewards. It's going to help you change who you believe deserves to enjoy your success with you. It's going to be on Venus. It's going to be on Saturn. Pay attention this moon in Pisces because this is going to be some of the last concentration and stellium of perspective with the nodes that's going to tap you into everything you're destined to manifest. What this is going to do is it's going to reconfigure this awakening of the supernatural. You're going to realize you can do more outside the box you thought you can do. This is going to change your beliefs, and that's going to transcend and release what you used to think you were, who you feel you are. That brings us to the balsamic phase through the moon in Aries. The balsamic phase through the moon in Aries is going to go through Neptune. It's going to go through Mercury. It's going to go through Chiron. And as all of that trines Mars, okay, the energy with which you're bringing to the social environment, Diamond, I got your Cash App, thank you very much, is putting you in a position to very powerfully, okay, reflect this reimagined nature of yourself that you're going to continue to transcend throughout the rest of course, the decade. So once again, Cosmic Life Coach, thepeacedealer@gmail.com. Please email me your natal chart. Island Girl, I'm going to do this live after we're done with reporting this. All right, so just stay tuned. I'm going to leave this live available for the rest of the week in case you need to catch the replay. Okay, so with that being said, oh my God, that's crazy. So with that being said, right, by the time we get to this balsamic phase, everything you learned about Aries season, you're going to make obsolete because now you're going to get ready to activate this new cycle of value. And that's where with the moon trining Mars, by the time the moon is in Aries, Mars is going to be opposite Pluto. Now, the reason why that's significant, if you remember, before Mars retrograded in Aries, we had Mars conjunct Pluto. The Mars conjunct Pluto, the Venus conjunct Pluto, the Sun conjunct Pluto in Aquarius were these cycles of awakening, connecting this supernatural potential to your awareness, to your heart, to your sex glands, your actions, your desire. So Mars is the first planet to actually begin harvesting this. This is going to be one of the first signs of you really experiencing this supernatural potential. Once this goes into Virgo, you're going to be practicing and analyzing how you perfect that, which presupposes you're going to bestow these talents now. And that's why we want to bring Taurus, because Taurus is what grounds the natural bioelectricity towards realistically stepping into this. Mystique, all right, beautiful. Emailed you the chart from Ajanya Mystique. Nice. Beautiful. I don't know if I got your email though. Let me check spam just in case. Yeah, Ajana, I haven't got your email yet. But once I do, I got you. And then Jody, I have not received the Venmo either. Let me see if I can refresh this. So that being said, by the time the moon is in Aries, this is the first. All right, and yes, please, the Cosmic Life Coach. Make sure you email me your chart or at least your sun, moon, and rising. And then I got you. I totally got you. So yes, the first sequence. Oh, alchemy. Thank you. These are of course recorded reports. So I moved them to get done this week, and I totally got you. Um, it said it got rescheduled twice, but I really just moved it around. So I totally got you. But yeah, with that being said, I kind of moved around all the readings I had for today. But yes, with that being said, the first phase of this is that balsamic phase. Okay. The email is thepeacedealer@gmail.com. Thepeacedealer@gmail.com. Okay. Once again, this first phase is bringing in the balsamic. It's closing the conclusion and preparing for the new moon. Don't sleep on this phase because it's going to revisit everything you learned the past 30 days in Aries season to retest and make sure that who you say you are is who you say you are, right? What action you're taking forth as who you are is who you really are. Okay. And once that's clear, boom, you're ready to now activate this new cycle of wealth. We're going to have the new moon, I think around the 28th or the 27th. And now this new moon, as you can see, is going to be T-square, a fully opposite Pluto and Mars. So it's almost as if this week ahead is setting up an important conflict. And then we're going to activate this first boss battle and conflict through here, which is going to look like you breaking in your value, being put to the test, and seeing how well you deal with pressure, especially with people who are outside the field of what you do, especially with people who may know and recognize you, or those who don't know and just immediately seek to undermine you. Do you let the pressure of others undermine you? And are you willing to stand for it? That's what Mars and Leo is here. It's the courage to draw upon this transcendence of identity in Aries and to now express on stage going against this collective pressure. So once we activate this, we're going to have the Uranus conjunction that's going to re-innovate this 28-day cycle. Venus is going to get ready to, of course, go into Aries once we're in Gemini and the moon is on Jupiter. And now once Venus goes over Neptune, the whole and I'm going to bring the transit talks back once we start the new app in July. But basically, the reimagination and transcendence of your identity that's happening through the rest of this decade, Venus is on board now. It had to reevaluate with Saturn in the North Node what relationships you're meant to be in over the next 10 years and what integrity you're willing to attach to these system of beliefs. Venus has only done this 2 years before. Okay. And with that being said, all right, as Gemini will manifest the evolved idea around your worth, this is what's going to begin to give you a direct experience on how you can, what you can begin to communicate around what you're worth, and also what you are in a position to do to not only instant manifest, but to gain a direct experience of what to perceive around how you're activating this value. That's going to develop emotional intelligence through Cancer. We're going to have the 60-degree angle that's going to have you feel the intangible element of this tangible value. What do you feel about what you're worth? So that's the most important activation cycle. And then boom. Okay. So boom. If you watch Kage the Dawn, you know what I'm talking about. Boom. Then we have 90 degrees of a square. This is where we begin to integrate this transit. This is a stark contrast from right now with the moon in Aquarius. With the moon in Aquarius. Okay, and listen, talk your shit. Don't be afraid to talk your shit, because once you pull receipts, we had I told you so tours. They had the chance to fulfill the burden of proof. They wanted to act too cool. They don't know shit, and we exposed that. So anyone talking shit to you now had their chance to. They didn't. Just pull the same receipts. Like I said, people can think what I do is fraudulent. Not a single person I scam. They're really stupid. And that's it. They're really stupid for even thinking the real deal is a fraud. And that applies to what you're going through. And not everyone is hating on you too, but just keep that same energy. Don't back down. Mars and Leo wants you to be militant with this. Don't be afraid to smack a bitch with your energy and let them know, listen, you really don't know shit. You really don't know what I'm rocking with. Because most people are going to expect you to fold. And because you have the audacity to stand up for yourself, that's the problem they're going to have with you. They're used to people just conforming to them, bowing to them. You're here to challenge that status quo. You're here to challenge old, outdated traditions that were never real, that because they gave them a certain form of efficiency, they think it's the truth. You the truth. All right. That being said, 2 weeks from now, where you're understanding this knowledgeable understanding of your value, when the moon is in Leo, you're ready to integrate and demonstrate that socially to other people. And this is what, as you begin to integrate this, will not only begin to integrate the supernatural awakening that you're tangibly touching, but will also now integrate how you are socially showcasing your value and feeling all this reimagination of your authenticity that you will be directly, courageously, and boldly expressing. Boom. Then the moon's going to go into Virgo. We're going to have the full analytical understanding of how we can shift our belief, our behavior around our value. That's in opposition to the moon in Pisces, where we're understanding what we believe we're worth. And then 2 weeks from then, we're now analyzing how what we believed was actually on point. And the moon in Gemini is the thought process in between belief of Pisces and analysis of Virgo, to make sure you're on the same page, you're in the right mind, that anything about your thoughts that need to align with these beliefs, you do so by moon in Gemini, so that when the moon's in Virgo, you're analyzing just how you were right about what you believed, what you have to change about what you believed. The opposition to Saturn, making sure those integrity of beliefs are not just dreams. Don't let your dreams just be dreams. The trine of Uranus that will carry forth said innovation. And all of this is going to prepare for the full moon with the moon in Libra. That's going to integrate the social balanced understanding after you've taken your value to the market of Virgo, how you now polish and present this, how the social context of how you express your value with others enables you to hold your ground, but still compromise where necessary. And then boom, we step into the full moon. Mercury is now going to be in Taurus, and the sun is going to be near Uranus. And now innovation like this, which is going to mark the last quality of innovation before Uranus goes into Gemini, in like Cancer season, and then retrograde back into Taurus and then go back into Gemini, is what's going to now harvest the pure wisdom around your value. It's going to help you understand who's willing to invest in your worth and value. It's going to trine Saturn. This is the last time Saturn is going to be in Pisces, with the moon in Scorpio trining this. And now you want to think 3 weeks from now is where everything you're working to build this value and to innovate your physiology, you will begin to harvest and break through. So you want to take this week to prepare for that. And then, of course, in a week from now, this is going to push forward accordingly. All right. So with that being said, thank you. Nicole Cherry, I got your Cash App. Win Kid, I got your Venmo. Jody, I got your Venmo. Okay. And With that being said, and yes, the gifted memberships do count. That's totally fine. So once we activate this new moon cycle, okay, that's going to put you in a position that's going to put you in the position to actively build this. By the way, if you're wondering, what do I build value in? Don't worry about that until next week. The rest of this week is going to disillusion you from stuff you don't need to worry about anymore, so that once we start the new moon next week, you're a lot more clear. It's good. The moon is going to subconsciously guide you every degree, every minute, second, and degree of this way. All right. So you will be good every second, minute, hour, and degree of this transit. By the time we get to the full moon, you're breaking through at a peak max level, ready for prime innovation. The moon's going to go into Sagittarius. You're going to come into an ascended understanding that's going to transform your natural senses. It's going to reconfigure Neptune and Venus. So, where it was in Leo expressing this, now you're going to see the completion of this. You're going to see the higher vision of how you are stepping more into this reimagined identity and how this is transforming your natural senses upon innovation. The moon in Capricorn is going to conclude this harvest by having you utilize this next level of value. And this is one of the most important days of the transit as well, because the sun is going to be conjunct Uranus while it's trining the moon in Capricorn. By this point, you're not only ready to start the final cycle here, because I do believe by this time next year, we might have one more conjunction in Taurus, but nope, the conjunction is going to be in Gemini, guys. So next year, 2026, we're going to have the Sun conjunction with Saturn Aries, the Sun conjunction with Uranus and Gemini. That's really going to kick in this next era, where we're going to soft launch it this year. But this is the last Sun Uranus conjunction in Taurus we're going to have. Okay. And this is definitely going to be amazing. So please do me instead. Amy, I got you. I totally got you. So with that being said, right, this is going to really not only initiate instant manifestation protocol, because the whole process of 2018 until now is just getting rid of the cogs, the knots in the hose that don't let the water flow. Your issue with manifesting isn't that you're a bad manifest. You manifest every second of every day. It's that you needed more alignment. By the time we're here, this is the final sense of natural alignment. And the moon in Capricorn is showing you how you're utilizing this. So that prepares you for Gemini, where you can instant manifest perfectly now. And now you're creating a new magic program based on, well, now I know if I say it, it's happening. And that's what's going to now evolve the nature of our thoughts. Jupiter is getting ready to go into Cancer, and that's going to have us finish off where we started. Okay. Of course, with the moon back in Aquarius. So that by the time, okay, we start Gemini season, we started just like we started Taurus with the conclusion. So we're going to have the 29-degree square between, of course, the sun and moon. This is going to, and now why is this significant? We started this transit 1 degree aqua moon, 1 degree Taurus sun. We're ending this transit 29-degree aqua moon, 29-degree sun. And yes, Jody, I got your Venmo. I got your Venmo. Okay. So with that being said, I think what's really significant about this transit is it's going to really put you in a position throughout this Taurus season to come into a full evaluation, right, of everything you're worth. It's going to make sure you're not shortchanging yourself. It's going to make sure you're not selling yourself short. You know what I mean? So that you're not in a position to own your value, but you're stepping into this final level of innovation. And like, you know, allow no one who's secure in themselves feels the need to try and feel like they're better than you. Insecure people do this, who hang out with more insecure people who the only element of value they have is trying to compete with each other. Like, oh, I have this car, I have this bag. These people would not survive a zombie apocalypse, even with all their money and resources, because you're going to realize it's something you can't see, that you either have or you don't. You worked hard to maintain and deal, or you don't. And that's when you're going to really be reminded that it's what's in you, not on you. And everyone tries to act like they got it in them. A lot of people don't have that dog in them. A lot of people don't have that boss in them. A lot of people fold the first moment a group of people want them to conform. And if you maintain this value, you will keep it for life. Love to consume without knowing how to produce. They always have to get the new latest shit. Which, hey, if you got it like that, you got it like that. It is what it is. But we bosses over here. And once we have this sextile to Saturn, this is what's going to add so much more stability to the nature of the system of beliefs that you activated for the last time March of this year. We did it March of 2024 and now March of 2025. Okay. And this 29-degree sextile is huge. All right. The Jupiter square to Saturn, big deal. Okay. Because it's going to be the Cancer square to Aries Saturn. So that in a nutshell is quite literally what to expect this Taurus season. All right. And as you do so, in a few short 30 days, not only are you going to matriculate, I just want to say matriculate, not only are you going to begin to integrate supernatural energy that you're starting to ground physically, you are the grounding cord. You are the energy receptor. Your brain is a transmitter of frequencies. The quality here, quality is the name of the game. The quality of your senses has finished its construction. And we're getting ready to move into the next era next year. And that's this Taurus season lesson. Your ability to manifest is going to be off the charts, more instant, more in alignment. The value you put into what you work on is considerably going to reflect how much it's risen. Because unlike last year, Jupiter is at the end of Gemini, which is fully manifesting the thought around what you're worth, for real, truly, okay? And don't compromise on that for anyone. Some of you will let people who've imagine if you were a car mechanic and you're talking to people who have never touched the hood of a car, ever. They've never changed an engine. You can build an engine from scratch. So if you're that car mechanic, why are you letting people who have never touched the hood of a car tell you about your profession? Tell you that, oh, what you do isn't worth this much. I don't want to have to pay this much for what you do. They don't even know their way around the engine. And this is where people can fake ethos and act like it transfers from field to field. It doesn't. So please do not let people who have no experience doing what you do tell you about the value of what you do. The Moon in Pisces transit will connect you with contemporaries, okay? It's going to connect you with colleagues who are around your level, who can give you more real advice, people who actually aren't stupid and use their brain around assessing your worth and value. A lot of you will let people who have never touched the hood of a car tell you about your career just because they yell. And they have an echo chamber of other dumb motherfuckers that know even less than they do. Okay? And like you can be the individual standing your ground before anyone gets it. Because you're not here to conform to other people. If you conform to anything, conform to truth and integrity. And that's it, especially in what you do. So, with the Aries energy, there's gonna be people running their fucking mouth, right? They're gonna be people who are just off, looking from the outside looking in. They're going to have their beliefs around, well, it doesn't matter what you do. By this age, you should have this, you should do this. No, tell them by your age, you should be sucking my meat right now. Especially if you're a woman. Especially if you're a woman. Tell men to suck your dick, please. You need to just bring that energy and let people know, don't play with me. Go disrespect someone else. I'm not letting you do that with me. You don't even have the credentials. You don't have the authority or the credentials. That's it. Don't let people age gap you and act like, oh, I'm older, but old folks talking about back in my day. Well, homie, this is my day. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Like, stop. You don't act like we in to say, yes, certain things can translate, not everything. All right. So this is your season to let yourself know what you're worth. Fuck letting other people know to let yourself know what you're rocking with. Because everything you solidify Taurus season, in Leo season in August, we're going on stage and we're presenting in Libra. And then we're consolidating in Scorpio, return on investments. Okay. The work you put into building your value over the next 30 days is more work that will pay off for a lifetime. We won't come into another alignment like this again. Okay. So blaze that trail, carry forth that momentum from Aries season, and don't stop or let up for anybody. Okay. Allow this next week coming through to complete the previous cycle. Okay. And this is going to prepare for you to activate what you want to build your worth and value in. And then we'll move forward from there. So, yeah, that's all I got for now. Let's see. There we go. I got the birth chart. I got the Hypsees, Dove Diaz. Thank you. Yep, I got the birth chart. Beautiful. So we're going to start with Carrie, and then we'll go in order. But yes, I'm going to leave this live available. Was I long-winded? Did I kind of go off a topic? What did you think about this? Thank you. If it's definitely worth a re-listen, let me know. I'm going to leave this available tonight for the rest of the week if you want to catch the replay. And yeah, all my readings and reports are 70% off for any of you who, of course, would like that. Okay. And of course, yeah, we're definitely going to go longer. We'll do extendeds for those who are part of the app. But yeah, okay. Cancel that? Oh, thank you. So yeah, 70% off all readings and reports. You could schedule, go on Hypsee, link in the description box below. Thank you, Life Coach, Cosmic Life Coach. And yeah, you can schedule per minute readings, 75% off the first 10 minutes if it's your first call. And or you could just create a new account. But with that being said, yeah, I think that's everything. Tomorrow, we're going to resume the monthly tribe reports. So we'll do the fire signs. Earth signs are going to be publicly available. Happy birthday, Taurus. Okay. Once again, thank you guys so much. This is so much fun. I love doing this with you guys. And thank you, Dead Fish Tailbone. For those of you on Instagram who want to catch the replay, just come to my YouTube and you'll see this on the recent videos. Okay. So yes, Cosmic Lycos, I did get your chart. So we're going to start with Carrie. Carrie, thank you very much. We know, of course, you are the Cancer rising. So shout out to all Cancer risings, because as a Cancer rising, you are in a remarkable position to come into the rewards of everything you've activated, of course, since July of last year. All right. So in your 11th house, it's manifesting the results of all the actions you took the last 30 days in Aries season. And then as an Aries sun, it's actually manifesting direct money. So this is going to bring you an innovation of who are you making money with? What are the rewards you're at? What is the gross pay you're getting from your career? And how this is going to innovate more independence for you moving forward, especially with Venus going through your 10th, Saturn that's going to get ready to enter your 10th through Gemini season, coming out the 9th house portion into the 10th, and adding more authoritative power around how you will begin to move and consolidate victory and completion of work you've started since 2003, 2005. All right. Of course, with your moon in Gemini, with Jupiter that's going to continue to evolve this soul space, it's going to make you more receptive to these shifts in your value. And yeah, Saturn in Pisces is going to do its number on ending a lot of traditional religions. A lot of your children, a lot of your kids are not going to carry on the tradition of these religious institutions that most of these people did. Like a lot of this is going to die with the Pluto Virgo boomer generation, with the Gen X generation. A lot of millennials are going to transform it. And by the time we get to Gen Z, none of them, that's Gen Z, Pluto Sag are the God killers. They're going to slay every philosophy. They're going to completely like make a whole new twist to most religions. It's not going to exist in another like 20, 30, 50 years. So this is a very important period. That's what's going to lead into the resurgence of astrology, because a lot of the pseudoscience and a lot of the outdated beliefs calling astrology demonic, like idiots aren't going to exist like that anymore. You're not going to be hearing that stupid ass rhetoric anymore, like forever. We're entering truly a new scientific age. It's going to debunk most religions. It's going to expose the lack of historicity behind many of these claims, even though it's already done. You know what I'm saying? So it's just something to keep in mind. But my bad, Carrie, this transit for you is not only really great for wealth, because it's going to prepare to transcend what you think about yourself, of course, because now you're stepping into a whole new innovation, especially the Sun Uranus conjunction at the end of Taurus season in your 11th is going to bring unexpected windfalls of income that you manifest yourself. And if anything, relative to, a whole lot of who you keep around you, what friends unexpectedly bring through this worth, and how through Scorpio season, you'll transform the creativity around this foundation you've secured. Mars is in your second house now, and it's going to have you actively take action relative to manifesting the creative net pay and value of your worth, while Pluto is awakening more complex boundaries around who you trust and how that's awakening your social circle of friends who've been seeing you do what you do for a while and really want to add to that. You know what I mean? So a lot to look forward to. And I think the best part of this Taurus season is concluding what you started last July and coming into, all of those rewards with solid friends who are going to also really add investments and values in their own way. All right. So yes, you might shock those closest to you. So next we have Diamond Water. All right. Sagittarius Sun, Taurus Moon, Aqua Rising. So Aqua Rising lets us know not only are you high nobility, you're the highest level of royalty. The highest level of nobility is high nobility because you know thyself. Okay, we're the Taurus risings. We're the first level of royalty. We're the self-made kings and queens. Then you have the Leo risings, which Leo and Scorpio rising are the social kings that like perform at clubs, or they do more social stuff. They get a whole group of people around them. Then you have Aqua rising. That's the royal that knows thyself. I know AC myself. So as a Sag Sun in your 11th house, that's very celebrity. An 11th house Sag Sun is like Nicki Minaj, who has her own minions, right? But she's still the queen. And they see her as the queen, like one of the queens of rap, the high queen. Everyone has to pay respects. That's an Aquarius theme. You know what I'm saying? And now that Taurus is your fourth house, you're landing your spaceship. Pluto is over the next 20 years awakening this celestial knowledge of self because you're a celestial, right? And you're an ascended spirit being, which is elite. And having the Taurus moon means you're a naturally ascended. So the Taurus season is going to reawaken this awareness of these soul valued qualities. But because it's integrating this knowledge of self through your five senses over the next 3 months, you're going to be grounding this in your body through your five senses. Pisces, which manifested your beliefs, and Aries, which vocalized the authenticity creatively as a Sag sun, is now going to integrate, right? Because Taurus is 150 degrees from your Sag sun. So you're going to be aware of this integrating what? New comfort zones. You're going to create and construct a more grounded foundation around how you live your life. And if you're a Sagittarius sun watching this, that's the most important part about this Taurus season, because you're getting ready to imagineer and engineer unconventional behavioral patterns, a lifestyle that is not traditional. All right. Especially if you're a Sag rising, it's in the sixth house. As a Sag sun, this is going to enable you to be aware of how your behavior and routine is innovating and what home foundation, what about your comfort zone needs to be innovated? Where do you have to be pushed out your comfort zone to get comfortable with how much more innovative you form your lifestyle and you live your life? All of this is going to prepare you for Gemini season, which is going to oppose your sun, and it's going to enable you to creatively express throughout an entire year from last year how you've evolved your inner child and how much more creatively you can communicate. So Taurus is innovating the value that manifests this communication, that enables you to ground your footing and your steps so you don't just build these castles in the sky. They're so much more tangible. And with your second house Pisces converting the shift in your beliefs into the actions you're going to reflect in your attitude creatively, this is going to add more of a dynamic push with Mars in your seventh, shooting people in the face who really play with you and who really try you. Mars and Leo is not playing, y'all. This is the whistleblower aspect. So in the tarot, Seven of Wands. So it's going to really put you in a position, Diamond Water, to really take passionate action towards people who you trust with private developments of how you're actively building your value. Okay. So let's see. We got Jody Kono, Wing Kid, Nicole Cherie. We're going to do the Hypsee readings first, real quick, though. So first, we do have the Cosmic Life Coach. All righty. Yeah. If I'm correct, Cosmic Life Coach, you were born January 26th, correct? I want to make sure this, I think this is your chart, Shaquille, right? Or rather, Faith for Fitness. Yeah. So with that being said, first of all, glorious chart, 28-degree Pisces rising. I see you. And you have Jupiter in your first house. So you literally embody the king of the gods. All right. You a goddess. Let's just make sure we clear. You're a divine being. You're literally the water princess. I don't play with Pisces risings. Y'all are really like that. So this is a very important transit because not only do you have the South Node in Taurus, which this Taurus season is going to revisit. It's your yearly unlocking of this South Nodal Taurus energy. But, and I'm going to use the equal signs. As a 28-degree Pisces rising, all of these planets are going through your rising. You are the portal and threshold with which you are embodying the world. You are embodying God. And that is like starting a new business that takes 2.5 years to get around the ground. When Saturn goes through your rising, it's like you have a weight jacket on. And everything you're doing is this extra pressure with the weight jacket. And once it leaves your first, you take the weight jacket off and now you can move lighter, right? These pressures have significantly empowered you. So at 28 degrees, which means your personality is a master. You are a master divine mirror, which is even cooler because oh my God, you're the ascended celestial. So Neptune rules your chart and you have moon on Neptune. I have moon on Neptune in Capricorn, and it's why I'm so gifted at psychically reading. So I'm going to share you this alien construct article. As moon Neptunians, right? We can assist the dying in crossing over. We can read souls and auras. We can read others' minds, do it all the time. I've hypnotized people before. These aren't just like bullshit. These are real abilities that everyone who I've ever met who has moon Neptune does, like breathing. You're our OG. So you were the one born right before us. And because you're a Pisces rising, you're clairvoyant. Listen, you can see the future. I don't care if you think I'm lying. You can see the future. And with Aquarius in your 12th house, you don't be letting people know you know what's going to happen 6 years from now, 2 weeks from now, 2 days from now. And the way you see it is in a cosmic way that takes into things collectively, because you are a cosmic collective entity. You are by quite literally the cosmic life coach. Like, it's no cap. Your chart is legit. And as the ascended celestial, who's a great example of this? Daylight, XXX Tentacion, even Logic. I'm using rappers as an example, but these are the Aquarians that see everything from a bird's eye view. The average, there's no such thing as an average Aquarius. Aquarius knows the future, but the Sag Moon Aquas see what they know. And with Neptune that rules your chart, you're tapped into the astral realm. Unlike me with the Gemini sun that's limited in my awareness, you have the full elite awareness. You know what it is that you're feeling you see. So this transition, as you are embodying this divine mirror of Saturn going through, the North Node that's gone through, Venus going through, Taurus season is having you take this total belief of self, which is where that pressure comes in, right? And it's Sag Moon Aqua is literally the best Aquarius, Michael Jordan. It's literally the best Aquarius. Then you have the legendary Aquarius, which is the Cat Moon Aqua, like Kid Cudi, right? Or Rakim, the God MC. Then you have the divine celestial, which is Pisces Moon. Like, I don't play, I respect Aquarius. Aquarius is the only sign I respect. I respect Aqua. You guys are legit, all right? Yeah, maybe sometimes you can come off a certain way, but most of y'all are pretty fucking cool. All right, it's not every Aqua that's like that. And the new app is definitely coming in July. I've got you. So relative to that pressure you feel, as it goes through your first house in Aries and Jupiter is sextiling your Jupiter, it's reviving the passion. You embody this reflection, which means over the past 2 years, what you believe about yourself now versus now is bearing the full integrity of practicing what you preach. And you are the tester. You are the karma. When you show up in people's lives right now, it's because you came to collect. And if they treat you bad, they get in their karma instantly. So that's the pressure to maintain integrity of yourself, even when other people fold and go against integrity pretty much. And as this goes into Aries and your second, third house in Taurus is strengthening, it's manifesting the value of your attitude and approach. It's going to strengthen concepts that you had as ideas a month or two ago, and it's going to make them tangible. As everything that doesn't reflect who you are now will dissolve and fall away because you're in the next version of yourself. Especially with Jupiter and Gemini, that's on your Mars in Gemini. That's going to really expand what more you can accomplish with the way you think you act. And you're a mastermind too. 28-degree Mercury retrograde in Capricorn. You have one of the most powerful brains in existence. I promise you, I'm not gassing you up. If you think of all the billions of people who have existed, I can confidently say you have one of the most powerful brains and minds in the entire world. And the only difference is you're Aquarius. So you know it. You know that. You know no one's fucking with you. And I promise you I'm not gassing you up. And you have Saturn 29 degrees in Cancer opposite your Mercury. So you could just side eye someone and then they fall over and die, I swear to God. That being said, with 29 degrees Saturn Pisces that will trine your 29 degrees Saturn Cancer, you're closing out the Saturn cycle you began 2005 with your Saturn return. So it's showing you at a higher divine level the shift of your beliefs, the belief systems that harvest this integrity of emotion. Because when it comes to sincerity in your feelings, you're a whole gangster. Okay, and this can open up in the fourth, working from home opportunities. But now that Mars has passed through that, this transit, since most of your first is in Aries, it's going to really innovate how you're building on this wealth and how you're building on your worth. Okay. And listen, your relationship with your spirit fam and ancestors is going to take a more tangible quality as well, where they're possessing friends you're around, you're meeting their physical vessels. You're going to be, because now Neptune is getting ready to trine your Neptune in Sag, it's no longer going to be conceptual. A lot of this is going to be embodied, and you're seeing a lot of stuff that, as an Aqua, humanity hadn't caught up to you yet. And now that Pluto is so close to your sun, it's awakening the cosmic awareness. That's why Pluto in Aquarius is important, because if you were born with an Aquarius sun, you have cosmic awareness. And a lot of Aquas don't tell people this, but like they're aware of everything going on in the cosmos, especially if Saturn is there. Cosmic awareness means they can literally be aware of what's happening outside this atmosphere. And Aquarius isn't going to tell you that because they know you're not going to believe them. Aqua moon, like they can just close their eyes and they see the universe. So Pluto's going to extremely awaken how much more extreme you're able to see clearly through this, and how Taurus season with the square will ground this sense of tangibility. All right. As of now, Pluto, I believe, is like 3 degrees. And it's like 2 degrees away from your sun. It's retrograding, but it will catch off again. All right. And yes, thank you, Island Girl. I'll keep that in mind. I would not mind that at all. All right. So that being said, next, Alba, thank you. I got your Cash App. Next, we're going to do Amy. Let's see what we got for Amy. Yeah. Okie dokie. So basically, yeah, we could do that. Okay. Oh, no. There we go. So next we have Amy. Okay. Amy, we know you are Queen Taurus. All right. Cosmic Queen. And you definitely, we love you out here. Thank you very much. I love how you embody this natural value and worth. And you Taurus rising gang, natural kings and queens. So the reason why this is, I forgot, we both have 29-degree Mercury in Taurus, but similar to, of course, the Cosmic Life Coach, your Mercury is opposite 28 degrees Uranus in Scorpio. So I have to harp on the significance of how this enables you to read people's body language and extend it psychologically real time. So you just met someone, 5 seconds in, you already read their body language. A minute and 40 seconds in, you already have noted psychoanalytical issues around habits and psychological habits. Like you've already discerned and read someone just off their body language, just like that. Mastermind. And why that's significant is as Uranus gets closer to the end of this first house, this is going to innovate both our Mercuries. Our brains are going to be just firing off auto-nervously, autonomously. All right. It's going to innovate and awaken the supernatural quality of how quickly our brains are able to, what may have taken some time to process, instant genius processing. Uranus through your first is having you innovate your entire personality. You, the value you move forward with, you are the personification of genius right now. And that's why Jupiter in our second house is expanding the moolah. Okay. By the time it goes into Cancer, you're going to be extending the liquidation. So liquidity is right around the corner, more than you already have right now. And that's where Jupiter in your second house, once again, is very crucial, because as this is expanding a whole lot of your thought process around what you're worth and opposing Neptune and Sag, it's squaring the Pisces perspective. So Pisces with Saturn and the North Node coming out there is unlocking the collective divine support from your dream team, the rewards from careers that's going to invest in what you have. With the South Node in the fifth, that's going to revisit success. Because the North Node eventually is going to go into our 10th house. And that's what's going to unlock all the success we could have ever dreamed of, which I think is going to be a revisit from 10 years ago that really pushed us on this path of success. All right. And you have North Node Leo. So that's also going to prepare for the nodal opposition. So this Taurus season is a return to you. It's a conclusion of Uranus going through your first. A lot of the Aries coming through your 12th house is really just going to release unconscious habits around how authentic you are now versus, of course, how authentic you're prepared to be moving forward. And really, when I say how authentic you are moving forward, I really mean more so in the sense of how you're getting ready to shift everything moving forward with you. Because now the whole setting up and evolving yourself, been there, done that since 2 years. We're getting ready to integrate this moving forward as we activate more how you expand, especially when Jupiter will go over your Cancer moon and then expand your soul over the next year. So we're still in the first, second house region of exploration. Now Mars, that's transiting your North Node, is also unlocking the foundational comfort zone with which you take action to awaken more your legacy. Because Pluto has gone through your MC and it's inching closer to that 10th house of Aquarius. So Mars in your fourth, Pluto in your 10th is pressure cooking your awareness of your value in yourself that will redefine moving forward who you are. And how with Jupiter in your second, you're actively expanding your worth, your confidence, square the Pisces, how your social circle of friends and how where you feel you belong acknowledges that value. So this is a really good entrance in the Scorpio season, where by the time we're with the full moon in Scorpio, conjunct Uranus, the reason why this is significant, if any of you are born late 70s, like 79, 78, 80, 81, 82, even 77, you guys are going through the Uranus opposition. The Uranus opposition is like a 50-year transit that automates income for you, or automates an ease of efficiency of your own inner genius. From Scorpio to Taurus, from your 7th to 1st, it's the automatic recognition of how you apply your own natural value and innovate other people. But now, since Uranus has made it back to your rising, now instead of having to interface with others, it's on your person. You're embodying it. Okay. What's a practical way with which you'll experience that? It's like a pipeline of wealth with which now it's automatic. It's like you can set it and forget it. And you put in that work. So that's where, unlike other Taurus risings, those of you born late 70s, early 80s, that Uranus opposition is so important. It's very significant. And Chiron in Taurus as well, which is going to revisit the supernatural potential of your natural healing abilities. Because those born late 70s or early 80s with Chiron Taurus know where to touch people to heal them without even having to know where. They'll just intuitively know where to touch somebody, to massage somebody. And now this is evolving more the tangible quality of this at miraculous levels, with Pluto awakening supernatural quality of such. So I think that's very beautiful. And I think it's going to really change the approach around how much more confidently you really step forward manifesting this value. Of course, your progressed rising is probably in Cancer right now, if not late Gemini. So it's definitely going to put you in a position to further make obsolete perhaps what you used to feel you had to do in order to maintain what you were going through right now. But yeah, Amy, let me know what you thought about that. If you're excited as well about this shift, as now Uranus is concluding that cycle. So this is really going to revisit since 2018 how much more of that Midas touch you are, right? How much you are in a position to bring so much value to others. I mean, you're hooking people up with readings here, and how that generosity and how this wealth is just going to expand, especially as it evolves your soul space and moves into Cancer. Okay, especially as we move out of Pisces with Venus and Saturn into Aries. That's going to really construct more of releasing, so much of this karma and strengthening your lifestyle around what you'll no longer be behaving or accepting in others relative to their behavior. Okay, so next we have a Ajanye, Mystique, Ajana, yay, there we go. There we go. So beautiful. We see that we have another queen here, Leo rising. Okay. Oh, and you're the 12th house Cancer. Okay. 12th house Cancer sons are some of the most psychic people I've ever met. Mama Ja, Janice, she's a 12th house Cancer son. Y'all are just like scary psychic. Like y'all don't even hide that you know how other people feel. And it's very interesting the way y'all kind of go around this and about this. It quite literally transcends this psychic awareness to a way that expresses itself non-linearly outside of just the physical. So this enables you to be keenly aware of other people's unconscious habits. It lets you know people's blind spots. And because your sun is here, you can know emotional patterns that heavily influence the way people are going to act. So with Mars that's going through your rising, you have the god of war that you are an instrument of. And this passion that's going to really bleed the sincere nature of your Holy Spirit. Because the Cancer sun is the Holy Spirit. Cancer is holy. The sun is the spirit. Just because it's a Holy Spirit doesn't mean you haven't seen evil Cancers. But a Cancer who's in integrity like yourself is the Holy Spirit, the high priestess. At 27 degrees, you are born mastery of this psychic shit. You didn't have to learn how to do it. You know what I'm saying? Like, so with Mars, that's going to be sextiling your Mars. It's going to have you push forward on what the retrograde may have depleted your energy with. The lethargy you may have felt wasn't lethargy. It was you getting ready to redefine the boldness with which you'll stand for yourself. And because this is also your Saturn return, I see that Saturn in Pisces, you're getting ready to, by coming of age, really step in to this karma. See, the Saturn Pisces arc is very significant because you guys are the very last of the old generation. It's us, Saturn Capricorn, Saturn Aqua, and then Saturn Pisces. Saturn Pisces transitions Pluto going into Sagittarius, and then it prepares and passes the baton on to the new generation. So the reason why that's significant is because you with Venus opposite your Saturn have been tested when it comes to love. You don't compromise on that integrity. You know what you believe you want, but you're very thorough and you're very on point. So Taurus is going to provide not only this success, and that's why this Taurus season is important. It's your 10th house. You get an unexpected. I hope you know you're getting paid this Taurus. I hope you know you're getting paid this Taurus season. But it's also going to set up Virgo season, your second house of finances, where what you activate as far as career is going to be a huge return coming into September. So you think you're making money Taurus season. Oh, you're going to understand how rich you are September. And it's going to be Taurus that concludes on everything you started last year, August. And through the 10th house, put you in a position to innovate your legacy. And that's why I'm excited for Leos, and especially Leo risings. Your South Node is also in Taurus here. So relative to your north node, and you're born 94, yeah, you got Jupiter and Pluto in Scorpio. So you definitely are part of the super saucy 94 gen. You guys are purely talented. Um, Actually, my sister was born this year. The reason why that's very significant is personally, with this 10th house Taurus aspect, not only are you unlocking success you've worked pretty much your whole life for, you're innovating. And see, if you have the Leo rising, guys, you're innovating an aspect of your career that the rest of the collective isn't really going to get until after you've made it, after you're rich as fuck. Then they're going to copy you. So you have to understand that what you're pioneering right now is not only ahead of its time, even if it's not new. You could be doing something everyone's doing, but you do it in such a unique way. It innovates what your reputation is. So this quality of value you're getting ready to manifest moving forward is going to finalize on what you've started since 2018 and prepare you for massive success. Gemini is going to be the 11th house chapter next month that's going to produce the experience of what this manifested success is like. So you're building value, building value, building value all Taurus season. And as a Cancer sun, you're aware of who is in your corner. Who are the real friends in your corner helping you succeed? Investing in this legacy, investing in the work you're doing to come into this wealth. I want to once again revisit from now in the 10th house of career to the second house of finances. This is you creating that source so that once you turn the tap on Virgo season, through liquidity, as Jupiter is going to level you up. So from July of 2025 to July of 2026, it's your year, my friend. Just like Gemini was leveled up last year and the rest of the first half of this year, it's your turn. So this is all preparing you for 2026 in July, where Jupiter goes through your rising and you have a brand new debut. What do we know is going to happen over the next 2 years? Saturn is going to come into your 9th. Uranus is going to finish out your 10th. So you're preparing yourself to really solidify your own employment. This really favors self-employment, your own value. Don't let people tell you it's not lucrative. You get it before other people get it. And during the rest of this year, it could feel like things are falling apart, but that's because you're getting ready to start a brand new cycle with Jupiter through your rising. It's still going to evolve your spirit. So it'll also feel like you're doing the work behind the scenes before you debut on stage as the social queen, the solar queen, the main character. By the way, Leo rising is the lead role character. Leo sun is the lead role character. Leo rising title is lead role. So they're usually, you guys have the camera crew following you. You're like a makeup artist that was casted as the lead role. It's like we're watching this show, right? But it's cool. Especially because, with Venus going into your 9th, Saturn coming out of your 8th, the major lesson of this eclipse in March, right, is you unlocking a world of wealth over the next 30 years. So this is still preparing you. Yes, Leo, Scorpio North Node. This is still preparing you for, of course, you know what I'm saying, Cancer season and Virgo season, where you're going to manifest everything you've unlocked in your 8th house in Pisces, really defining who to trust, really defining the karmic element of who you actually invest your beliefs in. This is making for an amazing return by September. So Taurus season is the vehicle with which you solidify your career goals, you achieve career goals, you set new career goals, and you create, which will create unexpected windfalls of income with that Sun-Uranus conjunction. And it's going to connect with your sun. And yes, okay, so it's definitely going to be lucrative. It's going to be very powerful. I think you're, once again, really going to enjoy it. Really going to enjoy it. And of course, with Pluto and Jupiter in Taurus, This is just going to intensify the foundation of purity with which you can maintain integrity relative to how you're not for everyone, and you keep the value solid of what you're doing. Okay. So yes. Next we have Dove Diaz. And the last thing I want to say, regardless, we're not going back and forth with people. Taurus is about owning your value. So let people talk shit. Like I said, I'm not arguing with people who call me a scammer. If someone wants to think I'm a scammer, cool, cool. You can't find a single person I scam. So I don't care. You're stupid to me. And that's where you don't want to go back and forth trying to prove yourself to people who have shown you they're beneath you, who don't do their due diligence or research, who think they can like influence you in any way, all right, where they're not even worth your left nut. So that being said, next we have Dove Visions, baby. Baby, baby. Oh, Dove Diaz. I think we've done a reading before. Let's see. Yep, we have. So I already have your chart saved. Let's see. Yep, February. Oh, yes, the original Celestial. Okay, also born 94. Okay, so I like that. So this is cool because those of you who have very sensitive placements, like at the end of Pisces and the beginning of Aries, your 1 degree Aries moon is going to be pummeled. Venus is going through it. Saturn is going through it. It's going to gangsterfy your soul. Gangsterfy, I just made that word up. It's going to add a karmic base to how much integrity you feel you're going to approach those with. And as a celestial queen, right, your title, of course, that being the priestess, the cardinal bishop, the Cancer rising, this puts you in the 8th house. You have Saturn in Pisces, 1 degree, right? So with your moon in Aries, you're going to be one of the few people feeling this transition of the ages. Your soul is going to sponsor the beginning of this new world order. Pluto is sextiling your moon. Mars is trining your moon. So you're one of the few people who not only directly feel what's happening and how things are shifting, but as an Aquarius sun, you're directly aware of it too. And now that Mars is in Leo, opposite your Mars in Aquarius, you're going to have the best of both worlds. Mars, that's going over your rising, is redefining the courage and boldness with which you even take action to embody your courage. But with your Mars in Aquarius, you'll also know what actions to take with other people. So it's harvesting the way you take extraordinary action with others by repositioning how you position yourself as queen, okay? And how you're going to stand up for yourself as queen, and tell people to get mad if they want, because you're not going down on your prices. You're not necessarily like budging your value. You can reason with people, right? I'm just using that as an example. But with Venus, that's going to go over your MC, 8 degrees Aries, this is going to begin to polish your legacy. As of now, Mercury and Neptune are on your moon. So you probably feel like you just took LSD. Neptune transiting your Aries moon is super significant because it's dissolving your own soul space and it's having you see through people like never before, which you always knew how to do because you were born in Aquarius. So you know who other people are. You know, one look at people, you know who they are. But the moon in Aries, if there were any doubts, if there was any processing time between feeling someone and seeing who they are, it's instant. Now you're a vessel for reading souls and auras directly. And with Mercury here, it is adding brain processing to your ability to communicate this. All that's going to connect with Mars in Leo, and that's going to interface how you socially interact and take action embodying this facet of your personality. That's the first part. The next part is you're a late Cancer rising. So most of your 10th house is in Taurus. That means Uranus, that's going to be right on your 11th house cusp, unexpected windfalls of income. And this is going to really solidify the tangible groundedness around what your career goals are, and what foundation of success you've been working hard for since 2018, if not your whole damn life. And that's where it's good that those of you 94 have come into your Saturn return, because in this eighth house portion, this is unlocking an entire world of wealth for you. And I love that Venus is on your Saturn because you're a gangster, Dove. Like, you don't play when it comes to love. Most Venus and Pisces are rose tinted glasses, and they quite literally, you know what I'm saying, let people walk all over them. Saturn is on your Venus, like, no, 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 no. If you fuck with Dove, I'm murking you right now. I'm killing you. And you're drawing important boundaries. You're not allowing people to fuck with your beliefs because you provide and give so much people to help their beliefs, right? Venus polishes the karmic element of Saturn, which is great for self employment. And once you get into the South Node in Virgo, this is going to unlock your real natural value that will revisit the beliefs you're investing in. So this chapter is a lot about wealth for you. But like I said with, okay, Lady Mystique before, you guys are getting ready to step into the Jupiter Leo transit. So this next year is releasing unconscious habits around the past 12 years of your life, because the clothes that you wore before don't fit you. You're working on your path. You're more representative of this updated sense of your path than ever. So this is going to release old relationships throughout the next year, old friends. You know what I'm saying? As soon as Jupiter enters that 12th house portion in Cancer in your chart, as it's going through the 11th in Gemini, it's evolving your gross pay, the rewards from this career space. Who is speaking life into what you're doing? What connections you're making? And because that connects with your Aqua Sun, this is going to expand a lot more how you develop relationships, how you incorporate the right people with which Pluto is awakening into what you do. This identity evolution period is going to release for a year. And then once it goes into Leo, you're debuting again. And that's going to feel like things are falling away from your life. And that's because you're the next version of yourself. So anything that's a part of that old version, it's not going where you're going. And that's why you have to surrender through 12th house transits, because what you see is just an illusion. Yeah, things look like they're falling apart, but you're stepping in. The reason why this hits home for me is because that happened to me before I became the peace dealer. Everything I didn't know what I wanted to do with my life. I wasn't necessarily, I had an idea, but that's not where my heart was. That's not what I really felt like I was meant to do or wanted to do. I'm not opposed to working hard at a job I don't like, but I just knew I wasn't supposed to do that. And I had to release old beliefs. I had to release lies around astrology is of the devil and the demons. I had to release that so I could become an astrologer, which was a part of my path. And now we're going around another cycle. And what does that look like? I'm building an app now. I'm getting ready to expand on what I've done the past decade. Okay. So this, and for you, you have the 12th house in your the sun in your 12th house. So you are surrendering constantly. That is the 12th house sun surrenders every day. And that's your superpower. As an aqua sun, this is having you bring the knowledge straight to people with the blicky, Mars and Aquarius, Aries moon. You're not playing. You got Uranus and Neptune on the DC. So for those of you with that, you guys are so goddamn psychic because you quite literally can read other people's body language without having to read their body language. People's bodies will move and you just gain extra dimensional insight, meaning inductive or deductive reasoning was not needed. You didn't need to analyze. You just knew it. Okay. And that's sci-fi, according to certain scientists. So you, according to science, don't even exist. You belong in a sci-fi book. Do you get what I'm saying? That's why this period is so revolutionary. The new generation is going to innovate what we know about these themes to where it's actually, acknowledged scientifically. There's more testing around it. And with your 9th house of higher education being aspected, all of the work you're doing, right, and taking these courses, this is all going to add to the value of your legacy. Once you kind of complete And any redirection is very important. There's no delays. Any delays are just temporary. As Saturn goes through your ninth, this is definitely also going to shift a lot of the nature of how you really push forward with that. So this Taurus season is going to really just be a reminder of the success that you're going to step more into, but really how you want to re-innovate this foundation and what more you want to invest and build regarding your career and path. Okay. Um, Amen. And right, right. That's kind of how my awakening started too. Like, am I lukewarm, or is this, are we really bad about it? So yes. All right. Next we have JF. Oh, okay. 55. Let's go. I like that. Cancer 625. Alrighty, Scorpio rising. We got a gangster. So we have Saturn right on the AC in Scorpio. Okay, yes, you are in Q. Thank you, Amethyst. And if you have, oh, I got your chart. I got your chart. Thank you. So yes, you a gangster. All right. Props to the 1955 birth because your Pluto is actually in Leo. So shout out to the OG Pluto Leos, those born in like the late 40s and 50s, right? Like that's some OG energy. That's original. And you a gangster. Saturn on the rising means that you embody the integrity of wisdom. And as a Scorpio rising, you are the royal who embodies wisdom, hence being a social king or queen, right? Social royal. So the reason why that's important, right? JF, I'm not sure your sex, but like regardless, things you can say, things you can't say, exactly. The reason why this is significant is now Taurus season is in your seventh house. So now everything you activated last year since November, you're finally harvesting. Everything you evolved since 2018, when Jupiter was in your rising, you're finally harvesting. Everything since 2015, 2012, actually, when Saturn was in Scorpio, now you're integrating coming into Aries. So as Saturn goes into Aries, this is going to apply its karmic authority around your lifestyle. As of now, it's adding belief systems over how creatively you express yourself. As a 3-degree Cancer sun with Uranus 26 degrees Cancer, this is an old school original level of psychic unconventionality, to where, yeah, like most cancers are empathic, but your actions are, I don't even want to say emotionally linked, intuitively linked, where you can forego some inductive or deductive reasoning. You know what I'm saying? And it puts you in a position to realistically, now that we're in the seventh house, harvest the value you're currently innovating relative to the space you're holding. So you're going to be starting cycles of adding value into relationships with people, manifesting relationships with people. Since 2018, you've been innovating this space. You've been innovating this quality you directly give to others. And unlike other Scorpio risings, you anchor the integrity here, especially in the ninth house, seeing through souls with the Virgo moon. So you're the master priest or priestess, right? You're the master of psychic awareness. So it takes just a few behaviors to psychoanalyze within people, and you can already break down who they are, which is very powerful. Now that Mars has returned in Cancer and it's going through your 10th house, the actions you're taking are preparing you for success this year, where you're taking action socially, right, to manifest your value so that once August comes and the sun is here, you're aware of the actions you took now in ahead of time to step into that. And with Pluto that's in that 4th house space on your Chiron, this is awakening a celestial sense of supernatural healing, especially with Jupiter that's opposite in Leo, your Chiron in Aquarius. Celestial healing is not natural healing. So, like Chiron in Aquarius, you can literally channel cosmic energies to heal people. It is the 3 elite Chiron points. And in the 4th house, it makes for an advanced element of making other people uncomfortable. Because, especially given your age and maturity, you have seen a lot more than most people have seen who are going to just pretend they know everything. You actually have a lot of knowledge and you know how to apply it socially, especially relative to your wealth of experience. So this is going to be reawakening this foundation and who you're comfortable around, who you trust, and what boundaries you draw. So that as we really harvest this 7th house Taurus transit with Uranus at the end of your 7th house and Jupiter going over your Venus and Mercury, evolving your brain for the next time since 12 years, this is expanding what more you can create with people. It's going to consolidate now with all this Aries 6th house energy, integrating this authenticity that's being reimagined with Neptune trining your Jupiter, right? And the North Node that unlocked last year. It's unlocking this authenticity of your lifestyle in a position to apply it with your relationships. So this is definitely going to be really dope. I can see why your heart bleeds for the collective, but you're also going to see how you are the direct antidote and solution. How more a lot of the wisdom you embody. Because with Saturn here, you embody the totality of wisdom. You're a gangster. Like, and when I say that, you literally embody the Reaper. So you hold a lot accountable to the purity of their intentions. And that's what's going to be on the chopping block when it comes to this Taurus 7th house. This is going to open the potential, you know what I'm saying, to produce and bring wealth through other people, through people you're with, directly put money in people's pockets, even just based off of advice you give them. As of now, the sun is squaring your Chiron, and Chiron in Aries is sextiling your Chiron. So it's aligning healing to your work, even if indirectly. It's allowing you, whether you're training people or the way it's healing your routine, your behavior, just to make sure your health is right. And you're getting ready to go through a Neptune opposition over the rest of the decade, where your Neptune in Libra is now going to aspect Neptune in Aries. For now, it's being integrated by Neptune that's just come out of Pisces. Okay, and that's the most important thing. You embody the world in the tarot. It's a form of God embodiment. Every Saturn rising I met is with the shits. Like, y'all embody integrity. And this is a pure level of integrity embodied. So yeah, we're going to really segue out of transcending your lifestyle. So this begins to innovate more the quality of your partnerships. The new and full moon are going to really have a lot to do with activating this new cycle of beefing up the value here. But with Jupiter and Gemini, it's going to be evolving your boundaries. It's going to be evolving a lot more of how you transform your connections with people. And by the time we get into Cancer season, the conjunction, the Jupiter-Sun conjunction that we are going to have in Cancer, as you can see, is actually going to be on your 3-degree sun in Cancer. I want to actually show you this. Boom! So you're getting ready to sponsor this huge wave. It's going to King Kunks Pluto 3 degrees. So this is actually a really huge deal, especially relative to, as you can see, this date is going to be June 24th. And that's when this huge wave is going to activate on your sun, JF. So everything leading up to there is preparing for you to harvest how since last year, November, you have activated and integrated your personality. And now how this updated personal approach to this year, you are reflecting relative to how valuable you build this value with other people and what kind of wealth you build with other people as well. Okay. So that concludes the Hypsee reads. Next we have Jody. Okay. Jody, thank you for sending your chart. So we know that you embody beauty and you're a goddess. So you're literally, and you a soul reaper? Oh no, this is crazy. I'm sorry. Look, I don't mean to be geeking out your charts, but stats are stats. No, you don't have 24-degree Aqua Sun, 24-degree Mars in Aqua, 25-degree Saturn Aqua, 27-degree Moon in Aqua. Who are you, Jody? Who are you, Jody? Is this an audit? Is this an audit? Because you are the celestial reaper. Okay? This is not a joke. I feel like I'm being tested right now. You are so cosmically aware. You are aware you possess the total knowledge of your collective. And I love this. Like you are touched. You literally embody the gods. You have Venus exactly on your rising, so you embody to the degree raw beauty. And then you have the king of gods on your rising, so you're larger than life. So you have this capacity as the central node of total knowledge. Like I'm geeking off your chart because I have not seen a concentration of Aquarius energy at the end of Aquarius like this. You are one of the most knowledgeable celestials that exist on this planet. And in the 11th house, you draw the community collectively to you. Why this is important is because now with Pluto that's going over your Mercury, it's awakening for the first time because you were born with Pluto Virgo. The Pluto Uranus Virgos, you guys have analysis like a microscope, right? So Virgo is going to be the analytical portal that can break down critical analysis. When you put Uranus and Pluto there, it's like having a microscope, a magnifying microscope that can see at the cellular level details. So you break them down while having this peak knowledge as an Aquarius. Your chart is so legit. I can't emphasize alone how gangster you are. You are a celestial gangster. You have so much integrity in what you know. All right. It puts you in a position to realistically, you know what I'm saying, not only enforce that supernaturally, but I could tell you came down here to help humanity. As not only you embody originality, now that you've had your next Saturn return, which is really gangster because you were born in 64, then 91 happened, you had your first Saturn return, then 2021 happened, you had your second Saturn return. So you're a G, you're tested, you've been around the block twice. Now that Saturn is going to have you re-embody this through Aries, as Venus returns over your rising, it is a return to form. It is a return to self. It is coming into that responsibility to embody this integrity. And this is definitely going to empower how much authoritative force you move forward with. And now this is where Taurus season is really dope because Uranus at 27 degrees is squaring all the knowledge that you are the hub collectively for. And this is going to innovate how much more instantly you manifest because Taurus is your second house of money. So, and that's why I love you that you say, you know, Abby, she with her second house, with her son in your second house, is probably aware of your worth and how she adds value to her life too. So this Taurus season is going to make you aware of all the actions through Aries season you stepped forward to take action towards. And as you've taken action the past 30 days to redefine who you are, Now that Neptune is going over your rising, it's transcending this reimagination of your identity. And you are going to be producing the value of these reimagined actions. Mercury's going through your first. It's having you redefine this communication, sextiling your Mercury in Aquarius, drawing forth from that higher knowledge, but embodying the raw nature of embodying this, right? Whew. Bro, this chart is ridiculous. I'm not even going to front. This chart is ridiculous. And because Jupiter in Gemini is sextiling your Jupiter, which has probably progressed your rising in the Gemini, this is having you extend across the evolution of your mindset and your attitude to fully express a lot more this embodiment of the truth of who you are. Okay. When I do Aquarius readings, it's important to know that you are out of this world. And the knowledge that you embody and possess is out of this world. Hence you being ahead of your time. So to see the sun, you were born on a new moon during Saturn on your sun and moon and Mars. So the way you take action is totally knowledgeable. No step is missed. And it can look like you're psychic, which you are, but you're able to analyze stuff so fast, you put the dots together as if you're like quicker than a supercomputer. So we know Neptune in Scorpio is going to oppose this Taurus, and it's going to transcend in an invisible way who you sense it wants to invest in your value. And of course, given the second house nature of this transit, it's going to re-innovate how much more you can automate your income. But because all of that is going to square your Aquarius at the end of Aquarius and the end of Taurus, this is going to make for instant translation. Because unlike anyone who doesn't have Aquarius, they're going to innovate the value, but they're not going to have the higher knowledge to know what to do yet with it. You were born with that. So you're instantly going to know how to move forward with this innovation. With Mars in Leo, that's opposite, of course, in your fifth house, moving forward creatively to develop your talents ahead of time, as you're in the 11th house, literally controlling who you're performing to. And as such, really, in a nutshell, this Taurus season for you is revisiting how much more wealthy you're about to be. But it's setting up the rest of the year for Leo and Scorpio season, August and November, by you putting in value, starting that new moon cycle, and really coming into a more innovated understanding and awareness of how you can make more and do less, especially coming out of your second Saturn return, which is going to really fulfill a whole lot of work you've done coming into this point in the first place. Okay, very awesome. Oh, wait. Who is Shaquille? Wait a minute. Do we still have Cosmic Life Coach? Cosmic Life Coach, are you still here? Let's see. That's interesting. Um, okay. Yeah, Cosmic Life Coach, I'm gonna need you to come back because I think whoever Shaquille Henderson was, um, yeah, I'm not sure who ordered that reading, but I may have thank you. Oh, we did that. We did her chart already. We did her chart already. Cosmic Life Coach, I actually read someone else's chart thinking it was your chart. So let me actually read your chart because we see your double Virgo Aquarius moon. Winta. Wait a minute. Who's Win Kid? Oh, Win Kid. Okay. No, we probably did. So this is for Win Kid. Okay, it's somebody else who's saying cosmic life coach. Oh, okay. So this is another cosmic life coach. So for Win Kid, let's go. Let me pull up your chart. Shout out to 1990 gang. I'm also 1990. 1990 Goat Squad. Uh, this is really dope because one, as 1990 illustrious births, we are clearly the greatest year of all time. Argue with your mama, and then it's everyone else after us. But like, yes, Saturn has finally reached a critical position in our charts that it's finally sextiling where it was in Capricorn. And I was born in June. You were born in September. So you have your Jupiter in Leo. Okay. The reason why this is very significant is because now that Saturn is blossoming our Saturns, right? Like your Saturn is 19 degrees retrograde, mine is 24 degrees retrograde. Now that it's blossoming our Saturns, ever since our Saturn return in 2020, we're finally blossoming God level powers that has taken 35 plus years to really set in. This is what makes us late bloomers. So, this is one of the most exciting parts of the Saturn progress for you. Saturn is making a 60 to 90 degree angle. Once it goes to like 19 degrees Aries, you'll begin integrating. So this is a very beautiful period where not only are you beginning to blossom this return, you a celestial soul, my friend, and you the earth princess. So double Virgo, you have Mercury 20 degrees on your 20-degree rising. You're a mastermind. Okay, nothing misses your analytical gaze. And the reason why this is lit is because, of course, as a aqua moon, your soul is directly connected to destiny. And that's really badass. I have Mars sextiling my nodes, so I'll just take actions randomly and they are timed perfectly because my actions are connected to my destiny. But your soul is connected to destiny. So you, as a cosmic celestial soul, are directly feeling what you're meant to do at all times. And as a Virgo rising, you integrate this understanding. David, I got your cash app. You integrate this understanding in your sixth house. I know it falls in your fifth, but it rules your sixth. You're unlocking the knowledge of how to train people's behavior and lifestyle. And with Jupiter in your south node, how to unlock creativity. South Node Leo, I grew up in grade school headlining plays. I was Ebenezer Litterbug. As a little kid, I had to memorize scripts and perform them on stage. South Node Leo gives us a great acting background. So we're just naturally charismatic, but you have Jupiter there, which expands how much more talented you've always been. So you feel how you're meant to integrate that knowledgeably and build a network. So why this is significant, the South Node is unlocking the mastery of your personality to invest it in those who you believe in, to really change the nature of everything you believe relationships should be. So now that all of these Pisces stelliums is moving into your seventh house in Aries, all right, this is preparing you to transform the authentic boundaries with which you deal with others. And that's where this Taurus season is going to strengthen and ground these boundaries. Hence, the eighth house of other people's money is going to be literal to you, and it's going to set you up for November and the full moon in Scorpio 2 weeks from now, where you're going to return on that investment, where you're going to be in a position to manifest the pure quality of your attitude while setting the grounded foundation of how you're innovating your philosophy. So the best example of that, I know a Virgo rising, Starry Ari, and she teaches Toltec shamanism, but she's also finished her master's degree. right? In I think a more medical field or a more psychological field. And Uranus in the ninth is innovating the way you teach natural value. It's innovating a lot of the subject topics. You gain value from what you're learning in a higher education sense or what you're teaching. And this innovation is preparing you for Jupiter and for your 10th house Gemini. Jupiter in the 10th house is evolving your legacy, and it is expanding upon the cycle of evolution you began 2016 when Jupiter entered your first house in Virgo. So I want you to go back to 2016. Everything you began to activate in evolution until 2019, and then from 2019 to 2023 that you integrated, now you have completed from 2022 really to now. And this is going to enable you to expand your opportunities. Like Jupiter is 19 degrees exactly on your MC. So I want you to feel like you just crossed the finish line. You're going to step into more opportunities for success. It's going to expand what more you can achieve in your career as far as you just getting your word out there. And because you have an aqua moon, you know exactly how to do this, which is pretty lit. Pluto's going to awaken more of this soul space, which is pretty supernatural. And we are the metal horse, right? The sign of the metal horse Chinese astrology, which is the most powerful horse sign. Argue with your mom. But other than that, right? Why this is also very significant is with Mars, 1 degree Gemini, that is sextiling Mars in Leo, which is on your Jupiter, Jupiter in Leo, which is opposite Pluto. You're going to feel this extreme definition of what social actions you're taking to expand your circle. How are you putting your word out there? How are you putting all the mastery of what you've worked to share with people who are going to expand on that? And Taurus is going to really show you who values what you're worth, who values your wisdom. Because, of course, having a majority of Scorpio in your second house enables you to monetize the pure mindset and attitude of wisdom that enables you to, come into a lot of value from other people. And because this may share resources with others, what we really want to look at is of course, perspective that Taurus makes 240 degrees from your Virgo sun, which at this point is progressed into Libra, and we'll be transforming that. So this is just going to really apply the harvest from Pisces season with the major eclipse that's going to revisit in September and completely change the way you relate with other people. Remember, you're concluding this evolution cycle. Since 2008, where Saturn was in Virgo, now it's in Aries. You're concluding this karmic cycle. So there's a lot of delays. There's a lot of work you held others accountable towards because you didn't cut corner in relationships. That's paying off more than ever, especially once we go through Gemini season, activating liquidity in Cancer, more in your 10th house, which is going to create a greater wave and splash. So this is preparing you for the next few years, but this is concluding a lot of cycles you kicked off before. And that's where us having Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune in Capricorn, we're really going to feel like our 90s generation is going to dominate the market. We're going to dominate business. We're going to dominate every industry because a lot of what we're here to do is to transition the old world into the new world, into everyone born after 95 who's here to create that new world. And no one is going to do it like us. They can call us lazy millennials, but a lot of shit is not going to exist anymore because of us. And a lot of new things are going to exist because of us. And some of that might be taking some stuff to crap, but it is what it is. So this is definitely going to really increasing your wealth, but it's going to, I would say, harp more on how it is you don't let others diminish your value. People can call you people can call you delusional. People can call you a fraud or whatever. They don't have receipts. You have receipts that show that they don't know what they're talking about. This puts you on a much higher level than them to where they're getting at you. You're not getting at them. So really enjoy this evolution of your career. You worked for it for 10 hard years. Let people punch their fist in the air because they can't influence you, because you trigger them, because they're weak, stupid little bitches. I really don't know what else to say. It really is what it is. But congratulations. This is going to prepare for you to solidify your values with which you rest your philosophy on, so you can be aware in Gemini season of how you've evolved throughout the past 10 years and how you deserve everything that comes with it. Okay, Nicole Cherie, let's go. All right. So let's see. I'm is this spiral chaos? Let me see. So Nicole, I think you sent the Cash App. All right, yeah, spiral chaos. Beautiful. So we see your High Queen, Aqua Rising, chosen by destiny, 1989. I see you. And your soul is right on the South Node in Leo. So you're directly connected with destiny. You feel where you've come from. The reason why that's also very badass is because seeing your sun is in Virgo, you're the golden master. Wale, I think, has this. Wiz Khalifa, I think, has this. The golden master is the most legendary type of Virgo. Not to be confused with the legend, with the divine master. The divine master is the Pisces moon Virgo. That's Michael Jackson. This is more the legendary signature of Virgo. The very passionate Virgos who passion is their weakness because they get flared up. They put their whole heart into everything they perfect and master. And you have the god of war near your sun, and you have the queen of the gods, Juno, next to your Mercury and Venus and Libra. So you're very classy. You drink with the pinky up. You're the highest level of nobility. You know thyself. So that interfaces your moon in Leo and your sun in Virgo towards other people. You give yourself to other people. You unlock and you're destined to come into the full knowledge of who you've always been by connecting with people who creatively invest in you, by unlocking other people's talents. You're using the creative nature of relationships with other people as a resource to continuously understand who you are and know who you are. All right. So Pluto, that's awakening this identity, is going to interface. We know you're 17 degrees Aqua rising using the equal sign system, even though your third house begins 7 degrees Taurus. We're going to mark your fourth house at 17 degrees Taurus. So this is going to be strengthening the natural mindset around your comfort zone, around now that you're building more strengthened quality, reconstructing Aries in your chart, Pisces in your chart, Taurus in your chart. This is going to innovate the way with which you relate with other people. Because once we get back to Virgo season, as an Aqua rising, this North Node in Pisces is manifesting an entire world of wealth for you over the next 30 years. You won't have to wait 30 years, though. 6 months from now, by Virgo season, you're going to be aware of all the people socially who want to invest in what you dream you're worth, and how you're beefing up your portfolio, and how your products or services actively put you in a position to manifest your beliefs, to manifest your dreams. And that's where all the eighth house, seventh house energy in Virgo and in Libra show how you socially deal with others objectively in order to come into this value. So this part of the chart is preparing you for summer and fall that's going to have you return on those investments. For now, Aries season has had you really take the authentic steps and action towards breaking this attitude of the knowledge of yourself in. And now that Mars is going through your seventh house, it's tying together the integration of your behavior and how creatively you express who you are now towards others, so that Taurus gives you that foundation. And now that you know who you are, Taurus season is going to revisit and ask, are you comfortable with what you're worth? Are you comfortable sharing what more you're worth? Are you compromising on that value and worth? And are you letting people just treat you any which way? Because I guarantee you, no one works harder than you. Especially you GOAT squad. You 88, 89, 90. That's GOAT squad, baby. Uranus, Neptune, and Saturn in Capricorn. Yeah, you one of us. So like you've already begun to blossom this in Pisces, which is going to make for an ease of efficiency and a bunch of stuff. Yes, you can send a super chat. That is totally fine. And please, if you send a super chat, email me your chart at thepeacedealer@gmail.com, or comment below your sun, moon, and rising with the payment. Okay. So this third, fourth house transit is definitely going to put you in a position to realistically not only own what you're worth, but create the foundation and bed to innovate your inner space. And as a Virgo sun, you're going to be aware of that relative to your philosophical approach around how you live where you live. Who do you allow in your private life? Who do you trust with certain private valuables? How are you sprucing up this comfort zone? How are you being inspired to be pushed out your comfort zone? How are you consolidating this new world of wealth that is shifting your self-esteem to own everything you believe about your value, because you're a celestial, so you're basically an alien, and you can't really trust other people, mortals and muggles, around what you're worth, because they don't even see you. Okay, and yes, I said muggles. You know as well as I do what we deal with. Okay, it is what it is. It is what it is. So very solid, very amazing. And I would say what's exciting about this, Mercury 3 degrees Libra is opposite Mercury 3 degrees Aries right now. So this is going to really complete your conversation by feeling in a more raw and direct way with which you classily express yourself, coloring that in the lines, readjusting your focus and the groundedness with which will set up the rest of the year, but also the next 3 months that will integrate and tie together what you activated since February of this year. Okay. So I hope that reading resonates. Pluto's not going to go over your rising until like the rest of the decade, till like 2030. So it still gives you time. We have Jupiter in Cancer. That Jupiter return is going to happen right on the new moon, June 25th. So this is going to bring a whole new wave of liquidity for us because it's opposite our Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. So everything up until that point is just preparation for this new tsunami wave, my friend. Okay, and I hope you enjoy the splash. Splash. Oh, nice. Whew. Okay, next we have Alba, Goddess Alba. Let's go. Jose, thank you very much. I got your chart. So next we have Alba. I believe I actually do have your chart too. Let me pull it up. I know your Sag Sun and Virgo Moon. There we go, Panthera. Yep, Sag Sun, Virgo Moon. And if you could let me know your rising as well, just to make sure I got that right. As a Sagittarius Sun, Taurus is integrating your lifestyle. Your sixth house is your lifestyle, but as a Sag Sun, the angle that will influence the behavior of your spiritual awareness, Cancer rising, is not only going to integrate how you're innovating this behavioral portal, but now because it's in your 11th house, it's going to integrate how your relationship with your friends influences a whole host of your relationships with others. Okay. And what's very key about that, especially, is the nature with which, you know what I'm saying, with Taurus, that is your 11th house, how it is the people who you keep around you influence your behavior. Now, okay, Alba, your chart went to spam. So that's why I didn't see it, but I see it right now. Yeah. So with that being said, it's definitely going to revisit in a very powerful way. Oh, your 27-degree Cancer rising. Not only how this happens, but I would say personally, since your 27-degree Cancer rising, majority of your 10th house is Taurus. So this is actually also it's going to still connect to your circle of friends, but this is also going to engineer your behavior around success. When it comes to, of course, you know what I'm saying, achieving your goals, your Sagittarian ascended awareness is going to show you how you integrate your behavior to achieve this success. How this success you achieve integrates more efficiency in your behavior because you're the visionary, especially with the 27-degree Cancer rising, which having your sun 9 degrees puts it in the 5th house, right? Instead, coming into the 6th, you're aware of how to add creativity to people's lifestyles. And now, relative to that portion of Aries and Taurus in your 10th house, Uranus in this space is going to innovate since 2018 the level of success you come into. So every year is this element. But what makes this year different is that now Jupiter is going to go in your 12th house. It's coming out your 11th house. Yes, Amy J, click the description box below. I do Venmo. It's going to innovate not only this facet of how you facilitate this, but it's also going to put you in a position with Neptune coming out of your 8th into your 9th of completely opening the clarity of your third eye, being able to see people to the molecular level at a very deep soul level before they even do anything. And that's the proximity of Neptune getting closer to trining your sun, of Pluto sextiling your sun, of Mars and Leo in your 1st house, having you embody the stepper. You're the stepper right now. You ready to smack anybody right now, right? You living on the Neptune line as well. And the reason why this is very important is I can imagine you're quite mesmerizing. The Gmail is at the thepeacedealer@gmail.com. It's going to really have you put in check the pressure from other people who want to influence you, and you stand your ground and you be the leader, right? And this is cool because you are the Sagittarius. You already the crash out. You already the fire goddess. So you will flame throw anybody who really tries you. And what's really good about that as well is with the trining support of the planets in Aries, Venus and Mercury, it's going to align with how creatively you spit this flamethrower and really burn people and bring them that clarity of light. All right. And anyone who really tries to knock you off balance, Taurus is going to begin to ground how you achieve this success. As we get to the end of Taurus season and we cross over your 11th house with Uranus, that's going to be exactly on your 11th house cusp. And the new moon and full moon we have there, or the full moon and the conjunction we have there, this is going to innovate moving forward throughout the rest of the decade, how you gain unexpected windfalls of income and wealth from rich friends, wealthy friends, genius friends, how you're innovating this social circle, how you're continuing to innovate your behavior around how you achieve the success and with who. And thankfully, Jupiter opposite your sun is enabling you to expand this social circle of friends relative to your friends and relationships and partnerships with people who become friends, friends who lead you to partnerships. So that's going to kind of set up Gemini season, which is going to begin to revisit throughout last year, May, how you have begun to evolve your influence around the right people. As a Cancer rising, this is preparing for Jupiter to go over your rising. It's just for those of you who have Cancer rising past 20 degrees, you're going to feel it when it goes into Leo. All right. So you're going to feel it when it goes into Cancer, but this is just going to be pulling on your subconscious waters. It's going to be expanding on old beliefs so that you surrender in this full faith in yourself as you are transforming your life. So once we step into July of 2026, it's your debut. The South Node goes into Leo, and you're really expressing more this unlocking and evolution of your personality. Now, we know you have Jupiter 29 degrees. So this is also going to be revisited with the Uranian expansion and innovation, which is now value you already have put in. Saturn 1 degree. So this is also going to blossom Saturn that's coming into Aries. And you're the OGs who were born with this, of course, before us in 1990. So when Saturn enters 1 degree, you're finally going to begin integrating your Saturn return that you began 2018. All right, 7 years from 2018. From 2018, you are activating your goddess power. You know it, I know it. And the power we have is not like the 60s in rendition. And it's not the 2021 either. This was 7 years of activating goddess power. Now you're going to begin integrating. Now you're going to begin tying it together. Now you're going to begin taking action on foot to actually express this. So Taurus is you really coming into this instant manifestation, visualizing it, seeing it happening. And now that you're coming more into this goddess power, it's asking you, what are you ready to step into this new cycle with? How are you reimagining yourself now that you're no longer the girl who grew up to this woman? You are this queen now. And how you're going to really step more into it. So Taurus and Gemini season is just preparation for you to start that new cycle in August, but to complete what you started last August. All right. And with that Pluto opposition, it's just going to really help you adjust, what you accept and really take from people. Amy, I got your Venmo. Thank you very much. All right. Next we have Stephanie Stingers. All right. And King Sigma, I appreciate the extra 5. I really appreciate that. Goddess mode. It's like, I would say, Alba, you unconsciously slipped into goddess mode, like during certain moments. What if you can use it at will and build off on that? That's what this next stage is, especially over the next 7 years. And it is well-deserved, and you worked very hard for it. Okay. So next we have Stephanie Stigers. Sorry, I said Stingers. Stephanie. Where are we at? There we go. So we see you were born 85. All right. That was when Jupiter went into Aquarius, but you were born January 85. So you're a goddess. You're another goddess. Oh, and you got the Stephanie, if I haven't given you the alien construct article, let me know. The unveiling godhood video I did with, of course, Jupiter on the sun. You're a Zeusian. I call y'all Zeusians. The Jupiter sun archetype is one of the most amazingly powerful archetypes because everything you guys do always evolves. So many goddesses, y'all. That's why I don't care. It's like people who hate on me, I don't really care, y'all, because the people who fuck with me are gods, goddesses, kings, queens. Like, I read your charts and it humbles me. It's like, wow, like the real heavy hitters fuck with my shit. And it's really nothing but a great honor. So like you having your sun, Jupiter, and Capricorn not only gives you one of the most powerful spirits, director spirits at the end of Capricorn, but then you have the audacity to be ascended too. You got the ascended soul with Uranus on your moon on the DC as an angel, a Gemini rising. So when you see people, your soul picks up onto the meaning of them. And for any of you who has Uranus on the DC in Sagittarius, you can quite literally skip inductive or deductive reasoning, look at someone and immediately claircognizantly just see and know who you're dealing with. Your moon puts this soul space here. Okay, thank you, VC. And what this does is it not only innovates how rapidly you can change people's lives, but it is preparing you for liquidity. Gemini risings get excited because now Jupiter is through your rising. So you have evolved this year since 2012. This is your next 12-year cycle of evolution, but now you've been integrating your Saturn return since 2023. Okay, when Saturn hit your MC at 26 degrees before it entered into Pisces. Now that it's going into Aries and it's trining from Pisces, this integrity of wisdom that really makes for your own disciplined lifestyle. So Saturn in the 6th house natives live very disciplined lifestyles. You're integrating this discipline of lifestyle to gain powerful positions of authority now that Saturn is in your 10th house. Venus is coming out your 10th house. The North Node is unlocking success, all the success you are destined to achieve from March of 2025 to September of 2025, you're achieving. Gemini season is going to be the checkpoint where you're going to see how your identity and everything you think you are is changing to reflect the success. And then by September, it's tangible real. And Taurus is the first stage of it being tangible. You need to release any unconscious habits that Saturn in your 6th will test to make sure that since last year, November, where you have transformed your habits, you're maintaining that. And any values that don't reflect this strengthening of your behavior must be released because you're so much more wealthy. And the other reason why this is very important is because, as powerful as you are, Uranus is now trining your sun in Capricorn, which is a very huge deal because Jupiter last year trined this. And now that it's going through Gemini, it is not only having you embody this evolution and expansion, but it's also integrating the behavioral patterns of your spirit. So that once this goes into Cancer, the rest of this year and next year, it's money, it's moolah, it's money. This second house Cancer Jupiter transit is straight liquidity. And opposite your Capricorn, this liquidity is going to come through your relationships with other people, through who you're incorporating into your day to day, that based on what you embody and who reflects that. Okay. And that's the cool thing about being born in 85, because you have the North Node in Taurus. So you're like a gangster who came to serve people, but subpoena. I mean, serve people like subpoena them. Like, you try to run away from this past life karma, you gonna get this work. And people who have Saturn on the South Node, y'all move different. Y'all level of integrity is different. My mom actually has this in Aquarius, and it's like you were a karmic authority in a past life, and it puts you in a position to realistically, Uranus and Sag is wild, bro. It puts you in a position to realistically consolidate that wealth that you set up last year in November, so that now in Taurus, you can not only manifest this, that's going to transcend and innovate how you identify. Soon, Uranus will go through your first. But until then, of course, with Jupiter opposite your Sag moon and Uranus, it's balancing how the expansion of your personality is innovating your vision of partnerships. And with the 10th house Pisces, all of the perspective moving out of Pisces is taking this belief of everything you know you're meant to achieve, and you're acting on it in Aries. Mercury is having you communicate it. Venus is polishing it. Saturn is having you move forward as more of an authority figure. So that by the time we come into Cancer season and that new wave comes in and it squares Saturn in Aries, boom, it's a whole new era of liquidity for you. And this is definitely going to shift the game around how much more you can do, how much more you feel you can manifest. And you want to see Taurus season as the grounded foundation to really prepare for this dive into deeper waters. Okay. So that, I think, is the major thing we see. A lot of Taurus is going to be your 12th house. It's going to have you surrender this value to step into more of what you're worth. And this is important. You feeling so lost is important because, one, your progressed rising is no longer in Gemini. So a lot of your progressed Gemini is in the 12th house. This Taurus season is in the 12th house. And when we're in the 12th, we feel lost. So you just have to surrender, knowing that this success you are meant to achieve. And as long as you just keep going and don't give up, this is going to reflect as this goes more through your rising, and then you holding that space, step into this new chapter. Everything that you might be losing through this period is testing your faith so that you don't necessarily quit what you're doing, but you release what's not meant for you. So this sense of being lost is going to be replaced with more clarity than you've had than ever, really stepping into who you are. I think your progressed rising is closer to Leo. So this is also going to transcend the amount of wealth you gain, especially because you've completed so many important cycles since 2001, where Saturn was in your first, now it's in your 10th, right? Uranus is coming out your 12th. Uranus in our 12th is giving us radical isolation. This is God separating you from the world, and it's over your North Node, right? And that's that feeling of being cursed. It's people throwing negative energy at you. It's people throwing juju, and it's you not having to do anything. You don't have to go pay a witch or something. And it's not like you're being targeted, but this lack of luck is just testing how much you believe in yourself when fortunate circumstances don't seem to come around. So all of this is going to switch seemingly overnight. And you're going to begin to see this June, late May, coming into June. The reason why you may feel cursed has a lot to do with Pluto that's near your sun. And so it's this intensity of awakening where it's not even so much that you're cursed, right? It's Saturn in the 10th delaying career success to make sure that the timing is appropriate, to make sure your faith is tested as far as, do you still believe you're going to be successful? I mean, look, it doesn't look like it. Do you still believe it? And it's going to reward you for that faith. So you holding on for dear life is the best thing that's going on. But now you're going to be grounded to be able to move forward. Now that all this stuff is leaving Pisces, you're going to be a lot more clear on what steps to move forward in. And all I ask for this Taurus season is to fully surrender. Put in the work that you're already doing towards what you want to invest in and watch those investments return and exponentially multiply as soon as we come out of your 12th house, natally and progressed as well. Okay. Regardless, Neptune, you have 2 degrees Capricorn. So as Neptune is squaring that in Aries, it's going to massively disillusion you like never before and clear up a lot of the fog that may have made it seem like you're not as successful as you already are as well. Okay. And a new point of view, this will be available for replay for a week. So you'll be straight. All right. Next, we got David. Let's get it. So, David, we know you got the Aqua Moon, you got the Cancer Rising, and you got the Aries Sun. If you don't mind, okay, and yes, this will be rewatchable. I will keep this up for at least a week. So you'll have until the end of the week to catch the replay. But if you don't mind, David, could you give me the degree of your rising? Once again, for you Cancer Risings, if it's a later Cancer Rising, Taurus is majority your 10th house. If it's an early Cancer Rising, this is the rewards from your 10th house. Either way, wealth. Either way, you stepping into wealth. Either way, as a Cancer Rising, Taurus is still your 11th house. It's 21 degrees. So you're a master. You're a master priest, right? So majority of Taurus is going to be in your 10th house. Your 11th house doesn't start until 21 degrees if we're using the equal sign system. So this is going to be you solidifying. The beginning of Taurus season is going to be you solidifying a lot of the quality of your own success. And thank you for letting me know you 29 degrees Aries Sun, because then that lets me know that, relative to Uranus at the end of Taurus, right, and Saturn at the end of Pisces, you're going to be very aware of how everything is shifting gears. This entrance into Taurus, especially with the 14-degree Aqua Moon, Jupiter is trining your Aqua Moon. Thankfully, we know your sun is in the 10th house. 10th house Aries suns exalted in the 10th. Y'all are some of the most powerful people. Carrie is an example. Your light is the light of God, right? That shines forth the way. It's its own form of integrity, right? Where you are having to be this origin point. And this is what's going to exalt more these actions as Saturn officiates the integrity of authority. You become more of an authority figure going through this 10th house portion of your chart. Coming out the 9th, of course, but as Venus comes out of the retrograde into Aries, Mercury continues into Aries, Neptune goes through Aries. This is definitely going to play a huge number into the authenticity of your philosophical approach and your way of life and how you translate that into real career success, solid career success. Okay. Now that, Chiron is in that 10th house space and Mercury will subsequently catch up to it, we know that your 8th house or your 9th house begins at 21 degrees Pisces. So that means Saturn, North Node, Venus, they're coming out your 9th house. This is crystallizing your third eye. This also means that Jupiter coming into the 12th house of Gemini is just now beginning to release everything you've evolved since 2013. And while this is also going to evolve, the rewards you gain from a hard cycle of evolution, it's also going to prepare for Jupiter to go over your rising next year in 2026, which means you're going to be surrendering to the thought processes you believe in, how your beliefs affect your thought process, and hidden thought patterns that can potentially hold you back due to being unconscious, but also tap you directly into the angelic realm and expanding that portal through which your own thoughts can be a transmission to telepathically connect with people, but also to release unconscious habits that no longer apply with how you're creating your lifestyle. So, because Jupiter is slowly but surely sextiling your sun, right? It's trining your moon. It's not only releasing this period of surrender for you over the rest of the year, preparing for this next stage of evolution, but it's occurring during a period where you are concluding work you've done for over 20 years. All right. We know that Saturn went through your rising 2005. You're concluding that karmic cycle. You're coming into another cycle of evolution, and this is putting you in a position to realistically now decide what is the next direction you wish to take this element of wealth. What is the next direction you wish to take this next period of your life? And now that Neptune is reimagining all the wisdom and knowledge your aqua moon has revealed, because you're the celestial one, right? Like Chance the Rapper. You guys are the Aries that know who you are and you know what you do. You're directly connected to the universe, right? And this is going to really give you so much more clarity through tapping into yourself beyond the ego. So Neptune in Aries is dissolving everything society told you you were, everything other people feel you are, and it's just giving you the straight core from the source who you are. And this is going to awaken how much more psychic you are, especially when Jupiter goes into Cancer and you begin to embody this expansion and evolution. So it's ending one cycle, it's preparing for you to expand moving forward. And this is that analogy I'm saying where if money starts to dry up, if support starts to dry up, this is God removing everything and everyone in your life who's not meant to be a part of your next glow up and cycle. This is very important once again, because when we take into account, okay, coming through this next cycle, there's going to be actions you take that are unrecognizable to what you're doing now. So this is preparing you ahead of time to step into, of course, this new level of success. All right. And that's why I like saying this, because it's not like this success is coming out of nowhere. You carefully took the steps in order to get here. That's why I love Aries in the 10th house, in the 9th, 10th house. Your success is self-defined. Aries, Taurus, Gemini. Okay, yes, you one of us. You got Jupiter in Cancer. So yeah, bro, this is actually legit. That means the North Node is on your rising. Your soul is directly connected to destiny. Our Jupiter return is going to give us more liquidity than ever. And what's very significant about this, Aries, 10th house, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, your success is self-defined. No one gave you the success. It was your actions. People look at you like he got himself there by himself. That's King Sigma. You know what I'm saying? So Taurus is going to just manifest more of those actions coming into 29 degrees. And you're going to experience the effect of that coming into Gemini. Okay. And you really just want to ground what you did the past 30 days and really ask yourself what kind of value you want to put into that. Okay. So next we have Jose. Let's get it. Let's get it. We see we got an angel. Gemini, Mercury, Mars in Gemini, Moon in Gemini, Venus in Gemini, MC in Gemini, Sun in Gemini. I see you, brother. I see you. Where is that? Pluto Sag. He's a crash out, new generation. So you're a leader of the new school. I have to once again re-emphasize, if you were born 95, if you were born 96, if you were born 97, if you were born 98, you are a leader of the new school. There is a whole new generation of crash outs. And if you don't believe me, Ray Vaughn, he's a crash out gen. He created a song called Crash Outs. Y'all are the OG crash outs. Everyone else in your generation of crash outs is looking at you because you're coming into your Saturn return, and they're going to look at you and see what you do, and you're sparking this bitch. You guys are going to create the first innovations that will show the rest of the world what this new world looks like. And that's why I've placed my faith in you guys. Even though most of you are fucking crash outs and you don't care if the world burns, I know your heart is in the right place and you guys are here to actually create the new paradigm. So this is cool because you're en route for your Saturn return. You're going to officially activate it next year, but you're going to start feeling it by our birthday. And you're a true angel, fam. I see you. All that in the 10th house, you're meant to get your message out there. You see how I'm raising my voice? This is a huge deal. You have Pluto and Sag. So you have like laser focused vision. And unlike me that spits that truth, you spit that truth socially. Like I'm a Taurus rising. I'm more individual. I like to stay with myself. You're a Virgo rising. You're a social personality. You're the master. And as the master, you are the expression of enlightenment. In the 10th house, you get the truth out there. Anything you do, like broadcasting, podcasting, writing, anything that gets your message out there, secures success. And why am I excited for you? Jupiter is in your 10th house. You have been leveling up all year since May of 2024. And this is expanding the enlightenment portal through which you get your message out there. And that's important for you because you're the leader of the next generation, the leader of the new school. If you're born 98, 99, 2000, you're a builder of the new earth. You come after the leaders of the new school. You guys are some of the most important because you guys build the foundation for what everyone born after 2000 is going to completely exponentially evolve. So I'm so excited to see you guys step into this because you guys are the first people to awaken God powers at a supernatural level. Every generation before you, we're awakening psychic ability. I promise you we're not on your level. We don't have Uranus in Aquarius. We can't just claircognizantly figure shit out in 3 minutes after we just met you and act like that's not weird as fuck. So you have the direct portal to directly communicate this and shock people. All right. Uranus that trines your moon and Mars and Mercury in its dignity. I love your 10th house, bro. It is legit. You are like the broadcaster who perfects how you put yourself out there. So the South Node in your rising puts you in a position to actively unlock the divinity of your relationships, meaning the belief systems you have held others accountable as far as what do I believe? And because as a Gemini, Pisces is 270 degrees from us, this is unlocking the career success you gain from the partnerships you believe are meant to take you to the top and you them to the top. So who you believe you should be connecting with is very vital towards a whole lot of the success you step into and with who you step into this success with. All right. So now that we're in Taurus season, 9th house, it's building the philosophy of values with which will be the groundedness to step into the success. So May of 2024, where we just began to evolve your career, versus May of 2025, where you're going to be aware, oh, this is how much I've evolved my legacy. It's night and day. And given your age, it's preparing for you to come of age with your Saturn return and already start to kill shit. Because Saturn in your 6th house, no, 7th, 8th house is having you run people's pockets, bro. Like you have integrity in dealing with other people's resources and identities, right? You have social value. And I feel like second house Libra with Chiron and North Node is you can unlock and you're another person with Saturn on the South Node. You can unlock people's integrity in a way that puts you in a position to polish their talent. You manifest this healing of social value. You can take their raw talent and you can take the totality of everything that comes into disciplining that and polish it and add class to it and add presentation to it. So it's definitely very lucrative. It's very powerful. And this is preparing you for fall, where you're going to really experience this unlocking of your personality. But until then, this is harvesting a lot since March, the eclipse we've unlocked. A lot of what you started since September of last year. Okay. And now that Saturn is in your seventh house and it's getting ready to return, this is 28 to 30 years of development that's going to prepare you for wealth on your own terms. A lot of this is preparing you. I don't know if you're self-employed, but I mean, even if you're employed, like this is still going to really work well as far as like maybe getting a promotion, maybe coming into another position, maybe coming into another job. This favors self-employment though. So if you've been flirting with it, I definitely wouldn't, I would definitely go full steam ahead. This is looking nice. Like the stellium you have, it's not every day I see a Gemini stellium. Like you are an angel, bro. You're like the angel's angel. You are true enlightenment. You have the truth of beauty, Venus in Gemini. So this is just continuing to polish this. As these things come out your seventh house, you're going to be applying the belief of what you want to do with people. And you're going to be taking action in Aries. So this is going to transform the value with which you deal with people. And of course, the wealth that you will liquidate through July and then November coming into, of course, Scorpio season. So it's a lot to look forward to. By the time we start the liquidity arc in your 11th house, you're going to come to the rewards of your career. It's going to expand who you feel belongs around you, who's adding towards your wealth and value. And it's going to be really good. So keep it moving. Taurus is going to give you a grounded structure to add this value towards and then push forward and just rocket blast through. So last but not least, can you believe we've been doing readings for 2 hours? Whoo! We've been doing live readings for 2 hours. Last but not least, we have another goddess here, another Sun Jupiter goddess. Let's go. All right, Amy, thank you very much. So you have Sun conjunct Jupiter exact in Leo. Here we go. And then you got the moon in Libra on a certain asteroid. Okay, so you are the classic golden queen or the classic performer. Okay, if we call Leo like the lead role or the performer, you're the classic performer. You understand the supporting roles lines, so you know who's kind of playing off your energy. Okay, the classic performer is the Leo who has a social understanding of how their actions present very classically or classically. They know how to balance intellectually and logically how much passion they express. But then you have Jupiter on your sun, which expands how much swag you have. Because Leo has swag. Now, 27 degrees Capricorn rising means that at a mastered level, you are the director of consciousness. And you have an elite personality. You're an elite embodiment, which puts Leo now in your seventh house, ruled by the eighth. So you also perform towards others. You bleed your heart towards others. I think what's also cool here, having Pluto in Virgo, shows you were born probably somewhere around the 60s. And so you're probably born in 71, I think, because you have Saturn in Aries. And why that's significant, of course, is because, 67, you're born in 67. Why that's significant is, of course, with Saturn in Aries, this puts you in a position to come into your next Saturn return. But while you're coming into your next Saturn return, what this is simultaneously doing as a late Capricorn rising is it's innovating this grounded Taurian IC. Your IC is in Taurus. But with the equal sign system, since all of Aquarius and Leo in your chart is intercepted, if we're using the equal signs, Taurus is also your fifth house of creativity at 27 degrees Taurus. So a majority of Taurus is setting the foundation at the end of Aries of how creative your home life and private life is. What is the value that goes into a lot of the natural value of your home? What is the innovation of this foundation that enables you to interface socially? And that's where you've begun to integrate through Taurus season, not only this revisiting of Uranus, but with Pisces coming out of this into Aries, getting ready to prepare for Leo. Now that Mars is in your sign, you're going to be taking action relative to how you deal with others. But Taurus wants to challenge this sense of your grounded foundation. Do you shake and move when it comes to other people trying to manipulate you? Because Mars in your eighth house is taking action with people, but Taurus says, these are my values. I'm not shifting on them. So who tries to like shake you out your integrity versus who honors that? Pluto, that's in your second house, is, well, actually it's in your first house because you're late Capricorn. So this is awakening since last year, 2024, your personality. With Pluto, that was 27 degrees Capricorn. It's awakening now the celestial quality of your personality. You're a walking judgment card. And that's what makes your performances and passion and exuberance towards others so much more bold. Let's also not forget that your Leo sun trines Saturn and Aries. So this is an old school origin of integrity that empowers the strengthened quality of your Leo. If it was just Leo, you'd be very fly. You know what I'm saying? You'd bleed passion. But Saturn and Aries adds this old school gangster approach where everything you do, you're serious about. So you're not just doing something. You're not just performing to perform. It's backed by an exalted, even though it's in its fall, sense of integrity. And this is everything that the Saturn return will revisit. Mercury coming into Aries will communicate. Mars going into Leo will really empower. In the seventh, eighth house, it could attract people trying to come at you militantly, but you have Pluto on your rising. So you're going to put that in check. It does work the other way around too. And that T square with Taurus in between, Amy J, is what's going to be the grounded foundation of how you build more wealth relative to how much more out your comfort zone you're going to be. A great example of this with Mars in the seventh is like you're taking action in a community center, right? But your fourth house Taurus is like your own community center. Uranus is innovating the developmental living with which you are actually connecting through. And with Jupiter on your sun, you actively evolve other people. You bring so much to the table in a relationship. Taurus wants to make sure you're not giving away too much of your value, especially with Neptune and Scorpio, which is an extremely rare placement that's on your MC. The full moon we have this season and the Uranian opposition to your IC is going to innovate the transcendent quality that Neptune dissolves in your legacy to really transcend elements of society and much more psychoanalytical dynamics, which transform a lot more important and intense themes, which could apply to anything. Scorpio is just going to denote the social and transformative nature of it. But Neptune is invisible. So it's not really like Saturn, like you can see in the form of an accolade. Neptune is going to be this telepathic ability to connect with the environment around you, square your Leo sun Jupiter, which acts as a buffer to also expand how much joy and passion and inspiration you give of yourself to other people, having an elite personality, which is also amazing. So that's really how to see the Taurus season. Because you have 29 degrees Chiron in Pisces, you have one of the most magical healing elements ever, which is metaphysical. It's out of this world. So this puts you in a position with Uranus and Pluto and Virgo and Juno on your Venus, which is very regal, to not only apply the supernatural sense of healing, which is supernatural, I do maintain that, but also with Saturn going through here, solidify more integrity in it. Venus going through here, filter through your beauty through this, and put you in a position to realistically, now that it's in Aries and you've had your Chiron return, empower and strengthen the nature of how much more powerful your abilities are. Where maybe it might have taken you 30 minutes to really do a soul reading with somebody. Now you can do the same 30-minute reading in 5 minutes just due to your wealth of experience, you know? So we want to really focus on that fourth, fifth house element, right? And that's going to prepare for Gemini season. That's going to integrate in your behavior all these dynamics. Integrate your thought process around the creativity around it, how that boosts what you're already doing socially and how you already express yourself, albeit you've progressed your sun past Leo at this point. But it is definitely going to still borrow on, you know, the subsequent Jupiter conjunction to your seventh house. As it goes out of your fifth into your sixth, it's going to evolve how you feel you live your lifestyle and what more you feel you can do as far as the work you do. All right. So looks like that's everybody. I think this is one of the longest streams we've ever done ever. Whew. And I'm going to, of course, leave this live publicly available for the rest of the week for anyone who wants to catch the replay. Like I said before, of course, for those of you who would like, you know what I'm saying, 70% off on readings and reports. You can order a reading from me and everything will be 70% off. You can schedule a per minute call per minutes on my Hypsee.com. That's totally fine. And what else? Yeah, I guess just stay tuned for tomorrow where I'm going to do the monthly fire tribe report for the fire signs, Aries, Leo, and Sagittarius. Once again, for those of you who are YouTube members, I will begin transitioning into the next membership. So for those of you who wish to join, let me know. And until next time, y'all.